And so I will be working with them on updating that to bring forward what we had intended with the changes initially, since I did author the changes we put forward in the first place. So I just wanted to let you all know I'm working on that with staff, and that you should be seeing that coming forward in a future meeting real quick here. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you for that update. Okay, on then to the consent business. Any motion to accept? Oh, there isn't any consent business. Sorry, everyone. Okay, back to Planning Committee. Who is it? Commissioner Benny? Okay.
Yes, on behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2023-162, resolution granting temporary construction easements to the state of Minnesota for bridge rehabilitation purposes in Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park.
Second.
Great. Any discussion on that item? Commissioner Alper.
Yes, thank you. I would like to make an amendment to make a motion to propose an amendment that's in your hands tonight with one minor change, and I'm not sure exactly how. I would accept a friendly amendment to my amendment to change where it says whereas in the last piece of text to read resolved, which was an error, should say resolved.
So that's a motion.
I would like to make a motion for this amendment, and I would accept what I believe is a friendly amendment to change that to resolved. From whereas.
I will second your amendment, and if allowed by the president, who's nodding at me, I would make a friendly amendment to update the last new whereas clause to be a resolved clause, since it does indicate that it should have been a resolved clause by its position within the resolution itself.
Thank you. Should I read it out loud, President?
Unless people wanted to. I think we all have, we already have, it's been published, whatever, so.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Do we need a second on my friendly amendment? Okay.
Second.
Okay, seeing a second on the friendly amendment. Amendment to the amendment?
Okay.
Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. Okay, on to the amendment.
Thank you. So I put this forward because I believe it's going to be important work that's happening, and it's going to be a lengthy closure, as we discussed last time. And so I really took a look at the guidance documents that MnDOT has. There's the document called Accommodating People on Bicycles Through Work Zones, and I believe it's in our best interest and MnDOT's best interest to take special preparation for this. So hence the rationale behind the last resolved clause, which I'm going to read out loud. As a condition, resolved as a condition of its approval of temporary easement, the Board of Commissioners requests: 1, MnDOT provide a detour route that meets or exceeds the guidance of accommodating people on bicycles through work zones, and 2, MnDOT shares quarterly updates of project progress with a focus on pedestrian and bicyclist mobility and the continued suitability of the MnDOT managed detour plan. And I think this will help us in our communications with constituents and with our communications team, and also communicating out to the public what's happening. So that's my reason for it, and I welcome any questions.
Yes, Commissioner Benny.
Thank you, President Forney. I just wanted to actually thank Commissioner Elper for actually this work, but also tying it back to that guidance document. That's smart. And I've already had a couple of inquiries about this, and so I just appreciate your proactive approach to this impact. Thanks.
Any other questions to the amended amendment? Not seeing any. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. Okay, so have we voted on the resolution itself?
No.
No. Okay, so we need to now vote on the amended resolution. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. Whew, okay. Administration and Finance, who will be?
Yes, on behalf of Administration and Finance, I'll move Resolution 2023-163, resolution approving a memorandum of understanding for the eventual acquisition of 2648 Marshall Street Northeast within Above the Falls Regional Park.
Second.
Thank you. Seeing, yes. Secretary Ringo?
President Forney, I believe there's a staff amendment on this one, so
I did not
ask
notice
someone
that.
if they could
Oh,
help
that
us
needs
out
to
with
move
that.
that? Oh, that's right, yes, there's some name changes.
I apologize.
They're around here someplace, aren't they?
Oh, yes. I can move the, I guess it was, is this an amendment to change the
References in the
the
resolution.
references in the, is it the names? Yeah.
Yep,
Would you like me to read that, President Forney?
that's a good idea,
Okay.
please.
Change all references in the resolution.
A motion to.
I would like you to make a motion to, thank you, Commissioner Misich, to amend the action item 2023-163 to change all references in the resolution, background, and MOU to Andy Wattenhofer. I'm going to guess from Andy Wattenhofer to Andrew Wattenhofer, and change the owner address in the signature line of the MOU to owners Don Britnell and Andrew Wattenhofer, 1614 Madison Street Northeast, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55413.
Second?
Thank you. Secretary Ringo?
President Forney, Superintendent Bangora just brought something to my attention. It actually probably pertains to this one as well. We should have done a roll call vote on 2023-162. So maybe when we get done with this, we can go back and do a roll call there.
Sure.
Oh, on the easement, yes, you're correct.
Point
Sorry.
of
Thank you.
information. So we have to vote first, though, on this.
Correct,
Okay.
right. Okay, so not seeing any lights and everything, will the secretary please call the roll?
No, on the
For
amendment.
Amendment. Sorry, we need to vote on amending.
Oh, we need to vote on the amendment
Thank
first,
you.
which doesn't need a roll call. Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment, please signify saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On then to the amended resolution, if the secretary would call a roll on that.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Aye.
Commissioner Olson,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Menz,
Aye.
Commissioner Alper,
Aye.
Commissioner Benny,
Aye.
Vice President Crudup,
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Thank you. That action carries. So we will go back then to do a roll call vote of the amended resolution granting temporary construction easements to the state of Minnesota. So the secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Aye.
Commissioner Olson,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Menz,
Aye.
Commissioner Alper,
Aye.
Commissioner Benny,
Aye.
Vice President Crudup,
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Thank you. That action carries, and we're whizzing on through. So for unfinished business, we have a resolution. If somebody would kindly read that, I'd appreciate it.
I will move Resolution 2023-153, second and final reading of resolution amending Chapter 17 of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Code of Ordinances, although I don't have that in front of me, the criteria-based system for capital and rehabilitation neighborhood park project scheduling. Someone have that to read it?
Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. Discussion, Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to submit an amendment to Resolution 2023-153, read as, whereas park assets include both built and natural features. This actually is not in our printed amendments, but you will find it posted on the agenda. Whereas this amendment, secondly, supports Goal 2, steward a continuum of nature and recreation from the Parks for All Comprehensive Plan, resolved under PB 17-6, letter B, number 3, lowercase b, include managed natural landscapes. as an additional asset, which garners points in scoring the asset potential of undeveloped parks. So I am submitting this for your consideration. I guess my motivation in putting this forward was to really honor our mission, which is both protecting and preserving the environment as well as our rec function, and feeling that both of those things should garner points as we look at undeveloped parks.
I'm not sure if we got a second.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. I actually have a question for staff about what the operational impacts of this change would be. So I'm curious to understand whether or not any analysis was done to determine the impacts to the scoring that would occur. I know we were trying to, through this change, to find a way to differentiate between the various undeveloped park spaces to determine where we have the most potential for community payback, I guess, is how I would describe it, in terms of activation of the space and the value that the space is providing to people's ability to actively enjoy the park space. Are you able to answer that in any level of detail that applies to the work that you've done since you received this amendment?
Yes, President Forney, Commissioner Musich. We did do that analysis, and so under the way that the proposed ordinance amendments were submitted by staff, 47% of the undeveloped parks would be considered to have asset potential, so about half of them. If we add managed natural areas to the list of assets that are considered in that asset potential, that number goes up to 84% of the parks would get that asset potential score. So of the 51 undeveloped parks, only 8 of them would receive a score of 0, and the rest would receive the full score of 5 under this change, this proposed change.
And when we're looking at development of these undeveloped park spaces, like when I'm looking at the ones in my district in particular, most of the changes that we're proposing are things to support the natural landscape. So it'd be like benches and lighting and trails and things that really provide access, and things that I think of as capital expenses when I think of landscaping, unless it's something that we're doing to achieve like a water quality regulatory thing. I find it very difficult to put landscaping into a capital expense. It seems more like a soft expense that we would find additional funding to implement, as we've done it in some cases, to put in naturalized landscaping along other projects. When we're talking about capital projects, do we typically include naturalization efforts and landscaping in those projects?
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, there's a couple ways to answer this question, so I'll maybe have a couple of thoughts, and then you can see if they're actually answering your question. So we often include naturalized landscapes or conversion of turf to other landscape types as a part of capital projects that also include built infrastructure like playgrounds or wading pools or walkways or pathways. That is true. There are times when we do natural landscape restoration, technically within the capital plan, as standalone capital projects. And perhaps the best example right now is the restoration that's happening at Bohemian Flats, which is funded by the state LCCMR program. So that's a standalone project. We would consider it a capital project, even though we're not building really hard elements in there. When it comes to the undeveloped parks, they vary pretty widely in terms of their master planning by what they're envisioned to have. So there are some undeveloped parks that are quite large and are envisioned to have multiple different amenities invested in them. And I can think specifically about Solomon Park, North Loop Park are a couple of examples of that. There are quite a lot of parks that are meant to remain open spaces without really even any walkways or anything in them. In many cases because they're very small and wouldn't accommodate something else. Some of those very small triangle parks are envisioned to be naturalized, but still not have any of those other amenities, walkways or benches or anything in them. So there's no blanket way to say undeveloped parks kind of are this way. They're quite diverse. And so we initially envisioned this metric to try to recognize that, and again, for better for worse, to prioritize those where we would be building something rather than converting a landscape, which I understand is also important, and that we will do. So, I mean, the idea is that in NPP 20, we will get to all of these parks, and we will be doing restoration of these landscapes on these triangles in some fashion during NPP 20. It's just a question of the prioritization.
Okay, and so to answer my question, yes, this is a capital thing, so we can include it in the ordinance since we're spending capital dollars to implement. But when you tell me we're going from half the parks are getting scored without this amendment, going to 80-some% being scored differently, how valuable does that particular metric stay in the revised vision that we're putting forward as a board? Is it, the number just seems a little bit less useful in my opinion, but I'm not dealing with the data the way that you guys are. So are we making it more difficult for that to be useful by making this change?
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, that particular metric will have less power in our prioritization because, yes, if we prioritize 80% of the things and make them equal, we're not really prioritizing between things. So yes, that'll be true. The effect of that, so there are two metrics that are being proposed for the undeveloped parks. The asset proximity, which would still have really excellent prioritization potential, and the asset potential. By making the asset potential a bit more uniform across the parks that we score, what will happen is that the community metrics will begin to really drive the selection, right? Because there will be so much similarity among the point totals in the park asset characteristics that the community characteristics will begin to rule. And so it's possible that more undeveloped parks will be selected simply based on, again, where they are in the city, and less so about what's being planned in those parks.
So we may start seeing that we're investing in a lot of super tiny triangles versus a larger park space that might serve more people with the change that's proposed.
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, it's possible, though we're still finalizing the equity metrics for the year, and I can't say for certain that will happen. But you know, we do have 12 points in the community metrics and 10 in the park asset metrics. And if 5 of those 10 points are the same for almost every park, it will unweight those and focus more on the community side.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Alper.
Thank you, President Forney. Could you just, maybe you've said this already, but could you just go over this one more time? How does it change the ranking, the priority list of parks?
President Forney, Commissioner Alper, it will change the score
Yep.
that some of the parks get. And so there will be an additional 19 parks out of the 51 that will get full points under the asset potential metric. And to go from 0 to 5 points in our scoring system is a major leap. So they will jump up to near the tops of the rankings. But because 87% of those parks will all have 5 points, it actually lessens the impact to that metric
So,
in project selection.
okay, so overall, at first, when you started talking, it sounded like it would have a fairly major impact on the priority order of parks, but then at the end, it sort of sounded like it wouldn't actually have a major impact. Could you clarify?
President Forney, Commissioner Alper, the parks that are not currently getting the score of 5, so parks that have only naturalized areas, which we would currently score in the staff proposed version as a 0, they are sitting lower in the equity metrics. And if their scores bump to 5, they would all together rise. It would potentially move them up into the ones that already have 5, because the weighting would become much more pronounced over on the community metric side. So places where we have areas of concentrated poverty, high density, high youth population, and high crime statistics, the parks in those particular locations would tend to have a higher ranking, because there would not be a differentiation of one against another based on what we're going to build there.
Okay, thank you for that. I think, I really appreciate the recognition of natural features that you're putting forward tonight. But I think I would like to see a little more detail of how it plays out, like to actually compare the lists and the rankings. So I think I'm not prepared to vote yes on this amendment tonight. Thank you.
I think this is our final, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
President Forney.
Commissioner Benet?
Thank you, President Forney. Mr. Arvidsson, when you said that there'll be 19 parks, so there'll be 19 parks that would move up. And if we don't adopt this change, then what happens with those 19 parks?
President Forney, Commissioner Abeni, so I hope I've done my math right.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at, so right now, under the way it was proposed, 27 parks would have a score of 0 under this particular metric.
Yeah.
And the total of their other metrics, and there are 5 other metrics, would determine where they sit in the undeveloped parks ranking. Under this change, only 8 parks, instead of 27, would receive a 0 under that ranking.
Right. So what happens to those 8 parks, for example? Or if we don't adopt it, what happens? In other words, because they may be receiving a 0 now, it doesn't mean that they're not going to be seeing investment in the future, correct?
President Forney, Commissioner Benny, all neighborhood parks will see investment under NPP 20. And I think it's important maybe to point out to the board at this point that the undeveloped park metrics are brand new. There is no what are they now,
Okay.
right? We are building the ship from scratch right now. And so it's really a matter of how are we prioritizing parks under different metrics. So the ones that would keep their 0 score, I can't tell you right now where they're ranked. There is no ranking because we haven't finalized the metric.
But they will see investment in the cycle of NPP 20?
They will.
Okay. And yeah, I was comparing to the original resolution and the amended resolution, sort of. But, so the other, I guess, comment I would like to make is I'm not sure if I want to support this one right now either, but I kind of get where it's coming from, and I've had a little feedback about this. I think it's the cold, hard metrics of it all, and the, discussion of natural areas as it's seeming to not value them in the same way a built amenity is valued, or at least in some of the ways in which we talk about these places, that if it doesn't have stuff, it doesn't get points. And not all people, I think, in our city feel that the stuff is what makes our parks important. In fact, sometimes they think that the stuff gets in the way of what's great about our parks. So to me, I think it's a values discussion, but it doesn't mean, for me, then the key would be that we're not going to leave these parks behind, we're not going to just ignore our natural areas. We're going to enhance those parks per the plans that were adopted for them during this cycle. So I think that's partly just kind of a language thing.
Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, President Forney. I tend to agree in the values discussion, Commissioner Abeni, that I'm going to support this amendment simply because I think we should be naming managed naturalized landscapes as assets. And if we vote against the amendment, then I kind of think we're saying that they're not. The question I have for staff is, so if it's going to be a 0 or a 5, like that doesn't, how do we measure it elsewhere? I mean, if it's either an all or a nothing, it doesn't seem like a very good measure. So I'm probably going to support the amendment and then not support the resolution. I think we might need to go a little bit back to the drawing board on this to figure out metrics that we can understand. And I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the way that it's set up currently, or has been, that these undeveloped parks would come up online at the end of NPP 20. Is that correct? Is that why we're trying to change this?
President Forney, Commissioner Menz, currently that is the case. If the undeveloped parks are in the overall metrics with all the other parks, they will cluster at the bottom of the rankings near the end of NPP 20. We will spend years on undeveloped parks exclusively.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Thompson, and mind everybody, we have 1 minute before
Oh, yeah.
open time.
Thank you, President Forney. I'll try to be quick. There's a lot going on, and I'll be really honest that I'm trying to suss out what this amendment would do, because I think it seems to be like a lot of collegiality, and also, as Commissioner Benny spoke toward, neighbors wanting us to get that part of the metric in some form. And I know right now we've had discussions around this. I don't know the impacts of this because it's brand new, as Commissioner Musich and Director Arvidsson are talking about. So I'm just throwing that out because I know we're on a time crunch. But I guess I'm pontificating of, can we have a more deep dive discussion of how we get these things online so we do value them monetarily and in our park point scores and however we do that. And I don't know that full, because I know it's so deep and I don't want to get into it right now. So anyway, those are my 2 cents.
Commissioner, oh, sorry. Okay, I'm going to have to conclude this, or not conclude it, but move from this discussion to our open time, being it's 5:30. Anyway, thanks to all of you who want to share your thoughts and ideas with us during open time. Before we start, I want to provide an abbreviated version of the open time board rules. All individuals wishing to speak may call in before noon the day of the meeting to be placed on the agenda, or can sign up at the board meeting prior to the start of open time. I will be calling on people on the sign-up list only. Open time for public input shall not exceed a total of 15 minutes, with the time limit to be allotted by myself, the president. Please watch the timer up here to be considerate of others here to speak and stay within your allotted time. During open time, public testimony will not be given without debate, and only clarifying questions from the board will be allowed. 2 types of items are not appropriate for open time in order to protect the privacy of all individuals, and those are pending litigation and personnel issues. Please refrain from commencing on specific personnel issue. We will not tolerate discriminatory and/or harassing words directed at anyone. So please ensure that all comments you make tonight comply with the policy. This board made the decision many years ago to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. Under Robert's Rules of Order, the ceding of time to another person is not allowed. So only those signed up to speak may only speak for their own allotted amount of time. We also request that each speaker provide his or her name and address. We have 2 speakers, so I'm going to give each one of them 3 minutes each. The first one is Dylan Peterson, and then after that, I think, is Gary Speaks. Not sure. Can't read your writing. Anyway, Dylan, please come forward.
Hello, I'm Dylan Peterson, kind of a career cook. I worked on Nokomis for Sandcastles final year, as well as part of Painted Turtles. But due to the lack of owner responsibility with Painted Turtle, I did not see the season to the end. That's kind of why I'm here. I have general concerns with your process to decide who gets to lease the property. I will go into those problems I've run into with both of those businesses. I'll start with Painted Turtle because it's fresher. Going into there, I had concerns with their menu and just how the amount of stuff they had and the space we had would not work. Almost immediately, these predictions came to pass, and then they were dealt with, but it could have been dealt with ahead of time. And I worked with Sandcastle that previous year, so I had a good idea of what to expect. And then, kind of out of the blue, one day, the owner who I had discussed these problems with was relieved of duty. I don't believe he was removed from the company, but he was simply removed from the venue of Painted Turtle. They did not discuss why with the staff or discuss our plans going forward with that. They promoted an individual who had some previous ties to said owner. I believe they promoted him just sort of out of blind loyalty, as this loyalty was needed because it is a very toxic environment. Shortly after this individual was promoted, I left, and I was given the information as to why the owner had to leave. I won't get into the specifics of that, but it would cause a lot of problems with parents and just really anyone with a shred of conscience. I'll get into Sandcastle as quickly as I can. Doug Flicker was the leaseholder previously. He was quoted saying that he hired a young chef to manage it who was full of ego simply so that he would not have to be there. This kitchen manager, was not helpful. He was hopelessly inept. On 5 different occasions, he had to be convinced to send obviously drunk employees home. Only one of these employees was let go, and it was not because of the consistent drunkardness, it was because he made a personal comment to the manager. I can conclude real quick. Just saying that as an employee of both of these companies who have occupied the space, neither has fit my expectations for the potential of the space. I think it's in your best interest to end the current lease, just based off of everything that's happened. There was no alcohol this year, but next year there will be, and it will cause problems.
Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you.
Next is Gary. I'm not sure. Your last name.
Hello, I'm Gary Spears. So I was just calling. I've been with this process here with some of my friends in the Native community and our group, First Nations United. We've been working on removing the Sibley Park name and then changing to Chanta Tiza Wian, which is strong-hearted women, in the Dakota language, which is the original people of South Minneapolis and the Minneapolis area before the United States. So basically what I came here to say today, I know there is a survey that was going on, and I guess lots of other non-natives are involved in the survey. Removing Sibley Park, and Sibley was involved in the largest mass hanging in U.S. history that happened in 1862 with the Dakota under President Abraham Lincoln. But anyways, what I was getting back to is that when it came down to it, we prefer, as the Native people in the community here, as to remind the people, Sibley removed people, Dakota people, from Minnesota and banned them to South Dakota area. If they returned, they were scalped, and people were given $200 for that. But what we should be remembering is the people who come back, welcome the people who come back, rather than objects. And what I'm coming down is inanimate objects versus animate objects. And people are animate objects. People are alive, and a bowl, which is in one of the surveys, there's an inanimate object. And I don't feel like removing Sibley and all the stuff that he did was really tragic out there. And putting an object out there is not a way to remember Dakota people or anything like that. I believe it's better to honor people rather than objects. And the park is not shaped like a bowl. It flattens out on the north side. Also, it just seems like really disrespectful in a way to us to have, we should be remembered as Dakota people in this land, that we were here first, and it's always been our country since day one and even today. And so that's all I just came to say. Our family has lived in that area for the past 37 years, and that's under paying mortgages, but also our family lineage goes back thousands of years in that area, in the Dakota area. And basically that's what I've been on since they've been doing the renaming process. So I'd like you guys to consider that people over objects. And I know it sounds nice to use the word oskopa, which means bowl, but also there's the people that are a lot more importance remembrance, especially if you're removing a person who's done so much murder in the past. You would like to put it into where we have Dakota people remembered. And also, if we could have what Sibley had done in the past, why he's removed, and what he did in history doing the largest mass hangings. And I've been part of that run. It's gone on since 1986. And it's gone from Fort Snelling all the way to Mankato, where they did the mass hangings there. But thank you for listening to me today. That's all I had to say.
Certainly. And Gary, if you would like to speak with anybody further, I'm going to point you over to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder over there. And Dylan, I apologize. If you'd like to speak any further, Deputy Superintendent Ringel over here, she can give you your card. So thank you for being here. And on that, I will close the open time, and to remind everybody that we do have three public hearings. One here at 5:45, then another one at 6, and then another one at 6:15. So we're busy campers. So back to our discussion. I believe Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, I am really hopeful that tonight we move forward on this. Staff have really worked hard on really crafting a lot of initiative around this ordinance, and I fully support the work that they have done. I had one other question for you, Director Arvidsson. With shifting them to be about roughly 80% of the undeveloped parks in that one category being more equal, they're still going to be weighted. Would that bump more of the undeveloped parks further up into the whole? I mean, we're not looking at the undeveloped parks in their own category. They're going to have a score and then be routed into the main list. If more of them are weighted higher or whatever, would that then bump more of them up higher in that greater list?
President Forney, Commissioner Schaefer, actually the undeveloped parks under this ordinance would have their own list.
Oh, they would, okay.
So they would have their own set of rankings. The 51 undeveloped parks would be ranked against each other. And then each year we would do a certain selection of the highest ranked parks alongside the highest ranked developed parks within the CIP.
How many, or is that to be determined?
President Forney, Commissioner Schaefer, it would depend, because the investment amounts for each of these parks, again, vary widely. So some of the parks, have a total cost estimate of $30,000, and some of them are more than $1 million. And so the number of parks that would be addressed each year sort of depends on the amount of funding that would be devoted to that. So I'm not sure we want to take over the entire developed park CIP with undeveloped ones, so it'll be a portion of that. Right. But it could range widely from 2 to 10, depending on the scale of improvements.
Great, thank you. That was really helpful. And so I think that demonstrates that there are other factors that are going into this metric, funding, staff prioritization, other factors beyond this strict metric. I feel like this, the reason I supported or put this forward is not in any way to slight the work that staff have done on this, because Director Arvidsson and I have had many conversations about this. I think my motivation in putting it forward is back to the philosophy of it. It's not that I think it's horrible, it's going from 40% to 80%. it's a change. I think I feel like for myself personally, the philosophy of it is more important to me than actually how they play out, because there's still going to be other factors that are going to be determining which come forward beyond this metric. So for me, it's a philosophical position. All of these parks will be gotten to at some point, and I think it's important that we value not just the built, and to actually name it and say, our naturalized landscapes, are going to be valued and have a score, just like the built assets for recreation.
Finish? Okay.
Yep.
Commissioner Musich for a second time.
Thank you, President Forney. I appreciate the philosophical desire to see that we value naturalized areas, as I'm sure all of you are familiar with my advocacy for that for many, many years now. But I'm not going to be supporting the amendment this evening. I feel like I'd like to see how what's proposed and what we've really gamed out as an organization works, at least for a year, to just feel that out before we tweak that particular metric. And if we're going to start tweaking it, I'd like to maybe think about how we value naturalized areas overall through our capital program to ensure that we're getting some of that built every single year. So I'd be happy to entertain additional discussions around that going forward, but I won't be supporting the amendment this evening.
So for a third time, is that what the body wants for Commissioner Schaefer? Okay.
I just want to say I completely support I understand that perspective, but at the same time, I also would say that this is the perfect opportunity to test it out. For us to make a change like this within our whole developed park CIP would be turning everything upside down. And I think for us, this small list of parks could be a way for us to dry run a bigger change like that, from my opinion. That's it.
I'll just weigh in briefly and everything. The more we had the discussion, the more questions I had, and so I'm finding it difficult to support because I'm always conscientious of the unintended consequences, and I would agree with Commissioner Musich that I'd like to see it quote-unquote played out. So with that, on the amendment to the resolution, all those in favor, I'm going to take a roll call vote. So.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
No.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Commissioner Alper.
No.
Commissioner Benny.
No.
President Crudup.
Aye.
President Forney.
No.
You have 4 ayes, 5 nays.
That fails. So on then to the resolution. Any discussion on that? Oh, thank you. Okay, I'll make a quick, okay. It's not seeing any lights. All those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
That motion carries. And on then to our open time, our public hearing. Sorry. I am now going to open up our open time regarding the naming nomination anyway, and so I'm going to read the rules. Thanks to all of you who want to share your thoughts and ideas with us during tonight's public hearing. Before we start, the committee would like to provide an abbreviated version of the public hearing. Actually, this is the board. All individuals wishing to speak can sign up prior to the start of the public hearing tonight, September 20th at 5:45. If you have not signed up to testify yet, please do so at the entrance to the boardroom out in the hallway. This public hearing will have a time allotted by me, the chair of, it looks like we've got 4 people at this point in time, so I'm going to give each person, I'll give them each 2 minutes each, sorry. Please watch the timer up here to be considerate of others here to speak and stay within your allotted time. During public hearing, public testimony will be given without debate and only clarifying questions from the board will be allowed. We will not tolerate discriminatory and/or harassing words directed at anyone, so please ensure that all comments you make tonight comply with the policy. This board made the decision many years ago to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. Under Robert's Rules of Order, the ceding of time to another person is not allowed. We also request that each person provide his or her name. As the president of this board meeting, I will call for additional testifiers at the end of the hearing 3 times before the public hearing is closed. And so this hearing is specifically about, I will read it off if I can find it, the naming nomination of Eddie Mandeville Chalet at the Theodore Worth Park for the chalet at Theodore Worth Park. And the first person is Kevin Stuckey, and then after that is Pam Stoddard. Did I run too long? I did this wrong. We need to do the presentation first.
Please, it will be brief. It will be brief.
My apologies, everyone.
President Forney, Commissioners, this is the second public hearing on this naming nomination. I am going to take you through some of the slides of information you had before, but try to hit the new things that are on those so that it doesn't repeat what you would have heard previously. So the initial request for this was to be the Eddie Mandeville Chalet. There's some work I will explain a little bit later on in this presentation that talks about how that has evolved a little bit based on some information that we have learned about the overall name of the park and the naming structure of the park, which I think is actually part of why 2 years is a time frame that's put into this overall process so that we can do research, get information from people, and get feedback components to it. I will say at this point, all of the notifications that were required by our policy are complete. All of the conversations that we needed to have, because this is in a regional park, with like the Metropolitan Parks and Open Space, the Minneapolis Heritage Preservation Commission, and the State Historical Preservation Office are complete, and there were no issues found on those. The first hearing was April 6, 2022, and tonight is the second hearing. As this proceeds, we would anticipate the committee vote in December. You've got one meeting in December, so the final vote would happen in January, anticipated for January 3rd, 2024. All of the notification processes for this public hearing are complete, and all of the correct commissioners are here, so we can also be assured that we have crossed that milestone. We've talked a little bit about the history of the chalet. The chalet was constructed in 1916, and it was initially called the Theodore Worth Clubhouse. Things evolved over time to the point where we can see in board records of March 1924. I should have actually corrected that. In 1916, it would have likely have been the Glenwood Clubhouse, so my apology there. By 1924, we started to see the chalet at Glenwood. And you might be asking why Glenwood. And in part it was because Worth Park was originally called Glenwood Park. And so there was a naming change that happened around that. We know that the chalet was designed to be a Swiss chalet, and that we actually do not have any formal documentation of it changing from clubhouse to chalet. It just started showing up that way. Perhaps the most important historical context we have comes to us from proceedings in September 7th, 1983. This was the formal renaming of the park from Glenwood Park to Theodore Worth Park. And here's where it gets interesting. Toward the end of this resolution, it talks about that the name of the golf course and the park and any and all water structures or apparatus. Thank you. Appurtenances are bearing the name Glenwood shall therefore, or hereafter, bear the name Theodore Worth. So then it becomes really important in terms of, well, what do we see in history around how this chalet was actually named? Thanks to community members who came forward and shared lots of information. These are a couple of pieces that actually come from the Theodore Wirth books. Those of you who know the history of our organization know that Theodore Wirth compiled masses of information about us as an organization. And this is from the time period of 1883 to 1944. And you can see here 2 images. The image on the lower left actually talks about the chalet at Glenwood Park, now Theodore Wirth Park, from 1925. And then the other image shows a picture of Theodore Wirth in front of the chalet, and it's called the Chalet at Theodore Wirth Park. So these are the most formal things that we have that give us that naming structure. So because of these pieces, we are thinking of this as the Eddie Manderville Chalet at Theodore Wirth Park as a viable option for this name, and that will be obviously up for your consideration when it comes up for vote. We talked a lot about Eddie Manderville, and I know there will be several people here who will be able to fill in some additional information and his significance with Theodore Wirth, and specifically in the desegregation of the men's golf and the golf course itself. But the most new thing that we know is that he was inducted into the Minnesota Hall of Fame. So that was one new credit that we could put to his kind of who he is as a person into this, and that was in 2023. We've talked that the final vote will be January 3rd, 2024, assuming it passes through committee in December. And at that point is where you will all be asked to make a consideration of this naming, right? You will have had the information from the public hearings, the public comments that come in maybe through writing, and it'll be for you to think about whether or not this is a naming that kind of befits the organization and is consistent with other similar namings within the organization. I have on here the 3 bullets that are in our policy that provide guidance to you around that consideration. We'll probably be talking in more detail about that as we get closer to it. Public comments. You did receive by email, I think, received 13 writing comments, so you will have those in your email. They range from support to questions about the naming to not being supportive of the naming, but it would be important to read each of those as well. And with that, I think you will hand it over to the commenters.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Ringel. And I apologize, but yes, we do have another, no, it's at 6:15. We're fine. Okay, so I'm going to read off the people. I think I said Kevin Stuckey and then Pam Stoddard. Kevin, come forward.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Stuckey, and I had the pleasure of calling Eddie Manderville a dear, dear friend, a father, a brother, and I am not the only one that enjoyed all the wonderful things that man stood for in representing not only this town, the state, and that wonderful area that he and I and many others have called home for many, many years at Theodore Wirth. I was thinking last Sunday, I went into the chalet just to get some feelings about what's going to be like right now. And I don't know if all of you are golfers, but if you are, you know everything this man did for the game of golf and for anybody interested in it all. And in that little corner of the world, we sat on a beautiful little park bench named after another friend of ours that passed away, Richard Parker, God rest his soul, that did an awful lot as well, and probably spent a year of our lives with him and watching strangers come up to me that knew him for many, many years. I would talk to him for 5 minutes and say, Eddie, they'd walk away and I would say, he'd say, don't say that. I'd say, give me one of their names, first or last name. He was that well known for all those years, and what he loved best was teaching us all the game of golf and the game of life. He taught me many, many things about growing up black in this town. I'm a Minneapolis kid all my life, a De La Salle High School graduate, and I love this city. I love Eddie Manderville for everything he taught the world in that corner of the world. In respect, I sat on the chair that he used to sit on at the stool and just observed and remembered him in a wonderful light, and his smile, his laugh, all the things that I've missed since September 2020 he passed. And I couldn't think of a better thing we could do to honor him, to have that named. All of us that knew him and loved him, and that memory and his name continue on forever and ever. So I thank you for listening to me and my brief story about him. And that induction to the Minnesota Golf Hall of Fame is really, really, really a big accomplishment. That is not taken lightly in the world of golf. And to have him from our side in this town, our little corner of the world is what I call this part of town. I love Minneapolis, I love Eddie, and I miss him dearly. So thank you so much for giving me 3 minutes here.
Thank you, Kevin. Pam, and then after that is Kirsten, I think. Anyway, Baker. Pam, are you here?
Hi, my name is Christian Baker, and I am an 11th grade student at the Blake School in Minneapolis, and I'm here to talk on behalf of Ed Manderville and have the Theodore Worth Chalet be changed in his name. Ed Manderville introduced me to the game of golf, and he was my first and still is my favorite coach and mentor that I've ever had. He has taught me everything I know about the game of golf. Ed is the reason that I've been able to play at the Blake varsity level since I was in the 8th grade. He has served the community and been a leader for many years, and he has contributed to the introduction and growth of many African Americans in the game of golf, many of those being me and my friends. Ed's legacy needs to be carried on for the African American youth who are yet to come. That is why I feel we need to create a landmark that carries on in Ed's name forever. Thank you.
Thank you. And is Pam Stoddard here? Oh, yes, Pam, please come forward. And then after that is going to be Martha Arredondo.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pam Stoddard, and Eddie was my coach. He was my mentor. He was inspiring, and he was an investor in the Black Women on Course group. He was with us for 10 years. And when we started this small group to introduce Black women to the sport of golf, it was just an idea to get people together. But he was like the cement that helped glue us together. He taught us. He gave lessons. He was so proud of everything that he invested in us. For example, when we were in a tournament, he was yelling from above, "Those are my girls," you know. And over the years, I actually won trophies, so I was very excited that I had him as a coach. But more importantly, he was in a lot of African American community organizations, youth, women such as ourselves. He was in a lot of community tournaments that raised money for the community and stuff like that. And, you know, to have someone who was so inspiring and so giving of himself and his time, and yet at the same time he was very modest. Yes, he won a lot of holes-in-ones. He was on Golf Magazine, you know, and stuff like that. But all I knew of him was Eddie, my coach. He even went as far as to take me how to find golf clubs. Because I bought one, and he said, "That's for a kid." And I didn't know that. So he went and talked to the manager of the store and said, "You know better than that." So I got a different club as a result. But more importantly, I think because of who he was and how he invested in the community and the community of all people, I think he's deserving to have this chalet named after him, because it is kind of an acknowledgement of him as a person. And when someone dedicates so much of their life to others, it is just a wonderful thing to be able to honor him and what he himself did without any accolades, just did it from the heart. And if we had more people in the community that gave from the heart, what a great community we would have. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha, are you here? Yay. I'm here. All right.
I'm not a public speaker, but I'm going to try to get through this. Eddie Manderville was my friend. he called me his sister. I called him my brother. He lost 2 sisters, and he said, now I only have 1 sister, Martha, and it's you. I met Eddie probably 12 years ago, and I had talked about golf, and he said, well, you know, even though you're left-handed, Martha, I think I can teach you something. I told him I wanted to start an African-American women's golf group, and he said he knew some other African-American women in Minnesota that probably would want to do this. So thus I started BWalk, Black Women on Course. That was 12 years ago. I have 150 women in my database. I have probably 20 women golfing every week. We golf at Worth. We golf at Cedar Home in St. Paul. We golf at Eagle Lake. We golf everywhere. We golf in tournaments. Eddie was recognized in the African American Golf Digest for his accomplishments at Theodore Worth. Understanding, Eddie hit 2 hole-in-ones back-to-back at Theodore Worth. CNN and everybody else, he made big news on that. Eddie loved Theodore Worth. He hung out at that putting green forever. Everybody knew where they could reach Eddie at that putting green. And so I can't say enough. I was with Eddie when he took his last breath. He told me, there's my best friend who's my friend for 40 years, Ann. I said, Eddie, I just want to know how I can beat Ann. And on his deathbed, he was saying, I wish I could get up and show you, Martha. Eddie is, not was. He's a wonderful person. His spirit is at Theodore Worth. And when I looked at the history of Eddie and Solomon Hughes, which you all voted to have Hiawatha named after Solomon Hughes. Shirley Hughes is my best friend. She's a co-founder for BWalk. I think Eddie should have the same thing. Solomon Hughes was also inducted into the Golf Hall of Fame at the same time as Eddie this year. So I think, as I said, Eddie should have that same recognition as Solomon Hughes. And not just because of that, just because of the man he was. And understanding, it took him a long time to even get into this clubhouse. So I think I think it would be a credit to him and all of the African American golf groups in Minnesota to make this consideration to have that shillard named after our dear friend Eddie Manderville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all for your wonderful comments. And I will close then the public hearing. And we've now at our discussion of the racial equity study item series with a focus on human resources. And Director Brooks, please join us. And just a reminder, we have, in the planning committee, we have a 6:15, and then we also have a 6:30, so.
Lots of interruptions.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. I will be as quick as possible, all right? Tonight, we're going to talk about embedding racial equity into the human resource management function. What I have done is I've started with a definition of the function of human resources.
Can you move over to the,
Or could you move the mic?
or move the mic one to the other?
Is this better?
That's wonderful.
All right then. So what I started with was the definition of what the function of human resources is. And I actually took this directly from our budget book. You will see that it has words in it that most people understand about human resources. The one I really want you to think about is the fact that we talk about best practices, all right, for all the things that we do in the human resource function. Best practices. great practices, efficiency in that area. What it doesn't talk about, though, is equity, right? And when we talk about the definition of racial equity, this is probably one of the best definitions that I find. And the reason I like this description of racial equity is because however many years ago, we kind of embarked on the journey of racial equity. The person that's quoted here, Glenn Harris, he is the president of Race Forward, which is actually part of GARE. It's our Government Alliance for Racial Equity. And that's where we started our foundational work on racial equity here at the Park Board, is with the GARE Alliance. And if you'll notice here, in his definition of racial equity, what I like is it's applying justice and a little bit of common sense to a system that's been out of balance, okay? And one of the things that I always remind folks of is this. People have a glorious idea that human resources is about, oh, we're gonna be so great to people, and you have to be a really nice person. What you also have to realize is human resources is about the business of process and outcome, and so is racial equity. And in this case, when he talks about a system, he's talking about the system of racial equity, it being a process and both an outcome. And that's where I think it marries really well with human resource management. And one of the things that we grew to appreciate, I believe, about GARE is GARE starts with a basic principle about racial equity and coming up with a way to come to an institutional change, all right? There are many strategies that we talk about in GARE, and strategy number one is about institutional change. And so I'm gonna go through these 3 items, and then I'll give you examples as to how they got merged in human resource management with racial equity. So the first thing is about normalization of racial equity, and it's about building frameworks, and it's about urgency and accountability. Urgency because oftentimes people always say, we're going a little too fast, or we have plenty of time, let's do some more analysis. And what they're saying is for the people where the system has been out of balance, particularly people of color, there is nothing greater than the sense of urgency, right? And accountability and how we're gonna get that done and how we're gonna measure it. The second thing is around organizing it, building organizational capacity, and partnering with other organizations, other communities, other institutions. And the third thing is about operationalizing racial equity in your basic foundational tools, right? So let's talk about this normalization of racial equity. The first thing about normalizing racial equity is actually speaking the words and having the ability to articulate a vision around racial equity. We have talked about, we have thought about, we have argued and thought about the differences between individual racism, institutional racism, structural racism, and how government and how the systems involved impact those. And what we have tried to do in human resources is we have, for example, we have come up with a vision about workforce demographics. If you go onto PB Intra, you will see the actual demographics of the Park Board, which is wonderful. It's exceptional. We do that every year, so people know where we are. But what you can't see is the vision that we talk about. It's not just about the actual numbers. What we're trying to work forward, our foresight is, we would really like to see our demographics really reflect the working age population in Minneapolis. So as the city changes, as the look of the city changes, we want to make sure that we're working toward being more inclusive and making sure our workforce demographics reflect who we are as a city, all right? The other thing I will tell you is for the idea of operating with both urgency and accountability, one of the things that we did, I don't know, from the very beginning, we had training on implicit and explicit bias, especially with our hiring managers. And so we knew going into it, they really make grand decisions as to what the workforce is going to be. But they also aren't there for necessarily the actual beginning of the process, which is our oral exam panelists. So one of the things that we have done, and we've done this now for several years, every time you sit on an oral exam panel, you are actually asked to train and go through a training video on implicit bias, to bring that to the forefront so that when you are making decisions, that you are thinking thoughtfully and thoroughly about what it is you are assessing with those questions. Next thing we're going to talk about, organizing. That building the organizational capacity, how we partner with people outside of the park board, all right? The best example, and I think you've had discussions about this, is our park keeper trainee program. Several years ago, it was a matter of, if we are going to really talk about institutional change, community change, the best way to do that is to talk about how do we give people a change and make available jobs that pay a livable wage, that pay great benefits. And what are those things that are standing in the way? And we went out and we worked with the Urban League initially to create that park keeper trainee program, where they provided some foundational work on work ethic, what it takes to have a job, keep a job. They actually went through a process where they went and solicited people in the community. They found us candidates, we screened them, and then as they successfully finished that part of the program, they transitioned to the park board as employees. We had, I think, great success for our first iteration of that, so we are now on our second iteration of that. The second thing I would tell you, again, if you're talking about work and how work can change the trajectory of your life, we took a position that had always been a Code 8 position or a temporary position, and we had a number of people who had been in the front desk position at our rec centers. We have established that as a certified position, meaning that those people get to work up to a certain amount of time, but they have benefits and they are receiving vacation time. So again, it changes the trajectory of what their current status is, but it also introduces them to the park board and everything it is that we could be offering them. All right?
Director Brooks, I just can interrupt. No, don't worry. Just want everybody to know that there's nobody signed up for the public hearing regarding the Botno. So we will carry on and conclude. Okay. And then there's the 6:30.
Okay.
Open.
And then last but not
public hearing.
All right, and last but not least, it's about operationalizing racial equity in our work. So one of the things that Gare stresses is, it is great about the vision, but what we want to do is make sure that we have tools where we can produce data so we can see where we are making change. And so one of the things I would tell you, the first thing we've been working on really diligently is job descriptions. Job descriptions, while they might seem really simple, are not. Job descriptions can encourage or discourage people. Job descriptions can bring a whole bunch of hope or just create disaster, especially for hiring managers. So we have tried to create really explicit job descriptions, and we've also created job descriptions where we have an exchange between education and experience, because we know not everybody has been to a college. So we try to make sure that we have provided an avenue for entry for as many of those types of positions as possible. Because we are a different type of institution, all right, where we are a civil service employee or employer, I will tell you, we have created job info sessions because, believe it or not, it is not, government language is not the friendliest. And it has terms and it has parameters that people don't necessarily understand, and it frightens people away. So for instance, oftentimes we were sending people messages or emails saying, you've been selected for an oral exam, and they would panic because they didn't know what kind of test they had to study for. When in fact, it's basically your first interview. And so explaining those kinds of things. Job info sessions give us an ability to be very human, explain what the circumstances are, explain what the process is, so people can ask the questions that they might be really nervous about or that might prevent them from applying for a position. The other thing that we did was, and again, government civil service process. When I started, we had something called a lovely rule of 3, which that meant this. You took the number of candidates you had, and you could only push 3 forward. Didn't matter how great the pool was, it was only 3. And what we found out was that was really limiting the amount of talent that people could see, and it was really limiting the opportunities that people had to be seen. So we changed that from a rule of 3 to a rule of 5. It has greatly improved. Managers have said they are so relieved that they actually have more choice. And so that was really a basic change, the change to the rule of 5. And then the last thing I would tell you is this background check review committee, we do have a background check policy. And we have talked about this beforehand, about what it is that really knocks people out of the pool. Our background check policy is one thing. What I would tell you is the beauty of the background check review committee is this. If you receive a letter that said, for whatever reason, we have some questions, or at this time we cannot hire you because of something that comes back from your background check, every person has an opportunity to be seen in front of the review committee so that the review committee can ask the necessary questions. They have a chance to explain whatever it is that's there and work through that issue. So our actual rejection rate is something like 1% to 2% a year. We have an extremely high acceptance rate. But part of this is also about if you talk about equity, all right? As the man said, see, it's really not about what people are losing out on, because I think oftentimes, again, process, outcome. What I want people to understand is this is not about who's getting short-shifted. This is about how we're increasing the advantage overall to the organization. And so that is why we try to make every attempt to operationalize racial equity into the work that we do, and to our process, and to our outcome. And with that, if you have any questions. Going
Any
once?
questions?
Going twice?
Commissioner Menz?
Thank you, President Forney. Thank you, Director Brooks. Thank you, Director Brooks. I do have some questions because the process that we go through for hiring does seem to come up in conversations with people in the community who I know. So one question is, in the hiring process, is there a bonus or a value for folks working in the city or the community that they live in?
Is there a bonus as in?
Like, is there an advantage? Like, do we prioritize those folks?
I think it will also depend on the position. I don't know if we would have a definite structure around prioritization. What I would tell you is for some positions, it is a definite advantage. If you are applying for a rec center position and you live in the community, it really adds credibility for you and credibility for us if we hire you and you are within that community. Because there are some things that we can't teach you that you will already know.
But there's no like score that comes with that as part of their application?
No. And one of the things that I would also tell you is at one point, we had talked about it, and I know the city had talked about it, the whole idea of hiring from within the city. It's very difficult. And at one point, we were almost saying that it was discriminatory because of the fact the majority of our staff, we have to think about where they come from and where they live. And so are we asking something of new people that we don't ask of our own staff? So that's the other reason we have to balance that, sir.
Most definitely. I'm not saying it's not a challenge, but I do think it might be, discriminatory to young people or the community sometimes to not have people who are invested in those communities working directly with those folks. That can be a challenge to relate and to understand and to do the difficult work that has to happen within those communities by those folks. Another question I had was, so you said that we have an avenue for entry for folks, and I think that we do a very good job of that, and I think that your conversation around the numbers of like how our demographics look, they look pretty good. But I'm wondering, how do we create more of a highway for upward movement for folks once they do enter, so that there is some sort of way for folks to move up a little bit quicker or without the qualifications that are paper necessary but not necessarily on the ground necessary. So I'm wondering if there's ways for us to sort of, I'm looking for direction as to how we as a board, policy-wise, could help facilitate that process of not being in a situation where we're holding papers as qualifications versus people as qualified. Is there a way to do that?
I think it is my understanding, and this is my hope, that we don't do papers over people, which is why we have the equivalency, not just for the current, the job descriptions that people are applying for, but for the ones that are in a hierarchy. Now, there are some things and some positions, because of the way either the collective bargaining agreement is structured, we don't have a choice, all right? But there are other things where I think the supervisor or the manager really is our best asset. We have folks who I think do a great job in speaking with their staff and getting them ready for what might be the next best position and helping them see what the possibilities are. I don't know if there's something to your point, there's something I could ask of the commissioners at this point, but I do hope, and I am seeing that some of our hiring managers are thinking and having the discussion with staff about what opportunity could look like and what they can do to ready themselves for it, sir.
And then with the background check barrier, because I'm really appreciative that you named that those background checks come back and they're false and it's only one. What I'm wondering is the review committee a timely thing? So if it comes back that the background check is not approved, does that person have the ability to have that review committee happen for that particular position so that they can, or is it later that they can get a different position later still with us?
No, it's very timely.
Okay.
So they receive the letter, they have X amount of time, they have a phone number, they have an email. We try to schedule it as quickly as we can.
Okay. I think that's it, but thank you for coming and sharing about this. This is, HR is a place where, I think that our organization is doing a good job of getting people in. How do we, it's just a lot of systems in place that can be, frankly, at times, white supremacist, like how we hire. And I think that we're working to do those things to not make it that way, but that we should, we just have to continue to be on the lookout for that. So thank you for sharing with us.
Vice President Crudup.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I appreciate it. I'm trying to be mindful in my words because this is one that comes up quite a bit in community, in particular in the Black community and with our Indigenous brothers and sisters feeling excluded. So when we use the word equity, it sort of just feels like a catch-all instead of being explicit about the racism that exists within the hiring processes, not just in the park board, but across many institutions. And so we really have to name that. And I appreciate what the GARE does, but it doesn't quite do enough. And so typically, when we're sitting here in this room, it's myself, the superintendent, and that is all. You just sort of started showing up, which I appreciate, but there's a lack of representation of people of color in particular, and that is alarming. So when we say the numbers are different, it doesn't show up in the leadership of our organization. And I appreciate these like kind of entry-level roles, but I want to get to the professional level. Where are those numbers at? What are we doing to be intentional about the growth and development about professional roles? I appreciate the Urban League and the work that y'all did around the park keeper, but there are professionals that I know that qualify for work that we could use their lens in everything that we do that we don't have in a room. Today we have Nicole here, and we have a couple other employees, but that's not typical. And so I'm wondering where the representation falls with our senior leadership, because it's not reflective when I'm in this room.
All right. Thank you for your question, Vice President. What I would tell you is this. This is the hardest thing for me to work toward, and I'll tell you why. One, process, outcome. The number of positions that we have at the top, when we're talking about our executive leadership team, when we're talking about directors, those numbers are much smaller, right? And so when we take a loss in any of those positions, that is a tough percentage loss, and it is a tough loss from insight and from awareness. I will acknowledge that. I also don't necessarily own those positions the way I do the lower level positions.
I understand.
All right. So what I would say is this. I hear you, and it is tough. And the best way to attract people of color in those positions is to make sure that they understand who we are and what we value. And that's hard to do when we're not in the room. It's hard to do when they cannot have someone to approach and ask, what's it like to work at the park board? I will admit to that. I think the best thing I can offer right now, Vice President Crudup, is frank conversation as to what's it like and what we can do, and how does it feel in this environment. That I know is not a great answer, and I apologize for that, but it is an honest answer.
I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah.
If we could start somewhere with being honest, we could get a lot of places. And that sometimes is tough for us because it's hard to recognize that you are flawed when you desire to be better. And so I think that you spoke about the job info sessions, and sort of the basic questions that are answered there and the processes for just how to show up at work and so on and so forth, which are really critical skills and super important. And those are things that we talk about with young people on a regular basis. And I think that outside of like having a physical person or these things being in person or via Zoom, if we could develop a simple FAQ for community in simple layman's terms that is not governmental terms, that does not fall within the legalese of language, that makes it really easy for people to realize, like, oh, okay, that's what that may mean. I think that is a tip that I'm giving you, because as an executive in my daytime life, I get the privilege of deciding and helping people project into their next career. And so it is a privilege and it is an honor, and I take it very serious. And so I'm just giving you that nugget there.
And I'm sorry, I need to interrupt because it is 6:30, which is, we have a public hearing, and so I am going to need to recess, sorry.
Go for it.
And pass on these to the Planning Committee, which I believe is Co-Chair Benet is going to take off.
Thank you. Noting that the time is 6:31, I'd like to open the Planning Committee. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Co-Chair Elper.
Here.
Co-Chair Benny,
Present.
you have a quorum.
Thank you. We have an agenda before us. Would I take a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved?
All those in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The agenda is approved. We have one set of minutes to approve. Would somebody please move the minutes and name the date?
I'll move the minutes of September 6th, 2023.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? We have, the minutes are approved. We did have a public hearing at 6:15. That one I don't need to open at all. We had nobody sign up for that one. So with that, at 6:30, we have another public hearing, and this is, yes, Secretary.
Co-Chair Benny, I would still recommend you open it and close it for the record.
Secretary, point of clarification, should I ask if anyone came in person to speak? That was one thing that did concern me.
That would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. So on the agenda for 6:15 is a public hearing. I'd like to open the public hearing for the Botno Park Preferred Concept Plan. As I said, nobody signed up for that public hearing, but I'm wondering if anybody in the room was here to speak to that topic. Anyone? Anyone? No, it doesn't seem as such. So with that, I'll close that public hearing. And I'll open the next public hearing scheduled for 6:30. So I would also like to switch around something on the agenda. And we have, I believe I'd like to have the public hearing before having the presentation in this case. Or should we have the presentation first? Okay. So on the agenda, there's a couple of action items. Oh, we're on the North Commons one. So actually, could somebody on the committee please move the resolution associated with the North Commons concept plan?
Yes, I will move the resolution 2023-168, a resolution approving the renovation addition concept design for North Commons Park Phase 1 improvements.
So with that, I'd like to call Dan Elias to the podium. He'll have the, he'll do a presentation first, and then we'll get to the comments. And I've heard that this might be a little bit of a long presentation, so please bear with us here, and then we'll get to the public comments. Mr. Elias?
Thank you, Co-Chair Benny. Commissioners, nice to be with you again here to present the North Commons Park Phase 1 improvements, and tonight presenting the concept designs approval. Public hearing presentation. Before I use tonight's agenda, I won't run through it because I'll go through it in a second. I do want to note at the end during the Commissioner Q&A, we do have staff here from Aquatics, Finance, Recreation, Asset Management that work directly with me on this project for any questions you may have that might be beyond my expertise. The project history here dates back quite a ways, but when the Park Board was getting involved was through the North Service Area Master Plan. And in July of 2018, the Community Advisory Committee for that project unanimously approved the park plan and guiding principles for North Commons Park. And then in February of 2019, the Board of Commissioners unanimously approved the North Service Area Plan, which included the North Commons Park Plan as well as the guiding principles. We initiated community engagement with this project in the summer of 2021, and after 18 months of community engagement, we released 4 concept options earlier this year. I was before you in April to discuss a study report on the project scope, budget, and schedule, and now I'm before you tonight for the concept designs public hearing presentation. I do want to note that during the study report, we were discussing 3 different concept scopes, a $22 million project, a $35 million project, and a $49 million project. The concept design package that's in the board packet for you does not include the $22 million concept design. And the reason for that is that that $22 million vision does not meet the goals of the unanimously board-approved park plan. Feedback from commissioners during the study report did not give staff indications that the park, that project scale was acceptable at that time. And the Minneapolis Parks Foundation has been raising funding, has been fundraising, and has raised approximately $10 million to date. on the visions and aspirations of the $35 million and $49 million concepts. So this is slightly unique. The concept designs package that we provided to you includes 2 comparable and equal concept designs. You'll note that we've basically completed a concept design for the $35 million renovation addition design, and we've completed a complete concept design for the new construction $49 million concept design. In the board action and the resolution before you, staff is recommending that the Board of Commissioners approves the renovation addition concept design for North Commons Park. The reason for that is that the $35 million project budget is achievable, and we could conceivably move through the next phases of design to be open to the public in 2026, 2027. However, within the background, staff have provided you with amendments, possible amendments for you to move at your discretion. One of those would, instead of approving the renovation addition design, would approve the new construction concept design only, the $49 million design. And Amendment B would approve both concept plans, concept designs simultaneously, direct staff to move into the early design phases for us to return in 2024 with a funding and concept design update. So we have a project narrative here for North Commons Park, which states that this project is a once-in-a-generation investment focused on the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's first field house, along with other community center improvements. The project will create recreation, community, and art-oriented spaces. Along with the planned recreation center improvements, this project will completely rebuild the now 26-year-old water park and provide a new parking lot with associated site improvements. This project aims to build a vibrant, accessible, and multi-generational recreation center that will provide a new level of programming and services to North Minneapolis community, while offering opportunities to improve health, economic, and social outcomes for the people we serve. Through our continued work with partner agencies and organizations, North Commons Park aims to be the heart of a new community campus, offering safe places to gather and play, opportunities for economic development, and a bright future for today's North Side. In briefly summarizing the community engagement for this project, there were multiple open houses, virtual open houses. We hosted a design week, which included sort of a public charrette, inviting the public in on the design process. We did pop-up engagement, as well as did have paid community collaborators as part of this project as well. Through the above events, we believe we estimate that we engaged with over 400 individuals, and we compiled over 750 individual comments that were categorized into themes to understand the comment frequency through the online survey and the in-person engagement. Highlighting just a few of the community engagement strategies that were different than maybe a typical project. The design week was sort of a week-long design charrette process. One day was completely committed to partner organizations and agencies coming in to envision how this project fits within the broader improvements of the surrounding neighborhoods. We had multiple opportunities for the public to come and sit with design staff of our consultant and within the planning division and other staff at the park board to literally design the project alongside us. We had I mentioned the paid community collaborators helping us reach Northside residents that we were not reaching through our typical engagement processes. And then we hosted a fairly large concept design options release event in January this year, and thank you to the commissioners who were able to attend that event. This is our project funding stack as it sits today. We have about $1.9 million of park board funding that has leveraged an additional $10+ million of public funding from federal and state sources. And we have preliminarily, the Parks Foundation has raised approximately $10 million, and that's pending a fundraising agreement that we would plan to bring to you later this year. So in total, we have $22 million committed to date for this project. An update from the April study report is that we did not receive the 2023 Senate appropriation, nor did we receive state bond funding in 2023. However, the Park Board has submitted a 2024 state bond request for $12 million, and we've received some positive indications from our legislative delegation that at least a portion of this request will be funded. I want to note that Park Board has committed, of the $2 million we've committed to the project, we've been able to leverage an additional $20 million of public and private funding into this project. Of the $20 million in funding, those have all been committed to the North Commons Park vision, and none of that can be reallocated to other parts of the park system. The Park Board has invested or has plans to invest over $60 million into other Northside parks dating back to 2017 and going through our CIP in 2028. I would like to invite the Executive Director of the Parks Foundation to briefly speak as well about the Parks Foundation's role in providing additional philanthropic funding for this project. Tom Evers can join.
Thanks, Dan. Chair Abene, Chair Alper, and Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity to provide additional insight on behalf of the Minneapolis Parks Foundation on this really important project, and it's exciting that we're here tonight. The Parks Foundation has been involved with this project for more than 3 years. We've conducted some independent analysis with philanthropic organizations, with donors. We've engaged a broad swath of community members with varied interests in the park and the neighborhood. And joining me tonight are Jennifer Downham, our Chief Development Officer, and Sean Lewis, our Project Coordinator, as well as our Vice Chair, Keith Holoman. Behind us is also a committed board of directors, and we are committed to bringing to this effort community leaders, design and campaign professionals, and the donor community who believe this is an important project for the future of Minneapolis. This is a really exciting moment. The case for this project is strong. It's in the case support. It really is about investing in community health, economic vitality, climate resiliency, deepening partnership, youth sports, programming, safety. It's all there, and that's the same case for philanthropy I think we can make. And we believe that the recommending to move forward on one of these will unlock transformative philanthropy. And paired with additional public investment, we believe it can become a national model. So we're here to work with you, and we've done that feasibility. We've not launched a public campaign, but in the early conversations, we've gotten some strong support, including commitments of more than $10 million in gifts and commitments already for the cases that were built last January that were presented. So what you're seeing tonight are really representative of what that investment has been in. We believe we could be successful in generating $15 to $18 million in philanthropic investment in the next 18 to 36 months. So we can be there with you with this project. We also know that philanthropy is not going to close the gap that exists right now, and we are here to be in partnership with the community and you all to make sure we do close that gap through public investment. And a rule of thumb that we've heard and that we've seen in other projects is that the private philanthropy can match the public investment. It's often struggles to exceed it greatly, but it can match it, and I think that's the pace we've seen so far. In addition to this, we've also started to include funding for seed funding for programming to work with the community, and we've laid the groundwork with some of the community on that. So when it opens, there's additional funding. We already have $1 million commitment for that, and it is not necessarily $1 million directly to the park board to do the program, but it's $1 million for the community to think about the programming. I want to commend the park staff. This has been an incredibly long effort. Dan Elias, Yvette Griffey-Gray, Adam Arvidsson, the entire team, as well as I want to recognize that the community volunteers who've kept this vision moving forward. And this design didn't get to this point without that advocacy. If you make a definitive decision tonight to move forward, we believe we can stand with you to make a strong philanthropic case to deliver it in a meaningful amount of time. One of the challenges is that when we believe that the renovation and expansion concept is viable in a reasonable amount of time, one of the challenges is without a decision, successful fundraising is going to be elusive. So we're encouraging you to go ahead and start moving forward on one of these. And we think and then delivery of this vision will be, we are there with you. We know that bringing private philanthropy is going to be necessary to it, and we have people who are starting to get excited about this, who are excited about it, and we're willing to be there with you on what is going to be a huge commitment that we believe that philanthropy deserves, needs to, and should be here with that. So I can answer more about it, but these bullets still stand as they were in January.
Thank you, Tom. So So I do want to provide a little bit of the background on the board policy that's guiding this project, and I won't try to go over this in too much detail, but I do want to make you all aware that we are aware that the Parks for All comprehensive plan includes a recreation center facilities level of service guidelines, and we're following those very closely. The North Service Area Plan as well has guiding principles, highlighting a few here. Guiding Principle 7, consider all age ranges in the design and development of parks, with particular focus on the youth voice, more activities and spaces for teens, and designing for seniors. Guiding Principle 15, design spaces to be flexible so they can accommodate a wide variety of uses. Guiding Principle 24, increase opportunities for year-round activity, expand indoor sports venues. Then uniquely, the park plan for North Commons as well has its own set of guiding principles. Highlighting a few here, North Commons Park Guiding Principle 4 states that we should be designing these facilities to be welcoming to Northside community and create the feeling that local neighbors are welcome in these spaces. And Guiding Principle 9, seek to minimize the visual impact of facilities on nearby homes through vegetation, depressing facilities into the earth, and/or high-quality facade design. Now I'm going to provide a brief comparison of the two concept designs that have been created and show you how they relate to each other. Obviously, the cost of the two items is a major differentiator, with the new construction concept coming in at $49 million and the renovation addition concept coming in at $35. As we look at the program spaces within these two proposals and compare that to the existing building, we'll note that existing facilities on site right now are about 21,000 plus square feet. In the new construction concept, the building is a 68,000 square foot facility, and the renovation addition design is a 58,000 square foot facility. While a majority of that difference between the new construction and renovation addition design is in the size of the field house, I'll also note that both of these designs bring new programming spaces into North Commons Park, primarily through a new fitness center. Concessions are in both design, dedicated senior space, and a wellness suite. And those are four key features that are added in both of these designs. Flexible classrooms are added to the new construction design but are not provided for in the renovation addition. And then additionally, we're expanding some of these existing programming spaces that are not currently meeting the needs in the existing facility. An example of this would be the teen room that's in the existing facility is a 281 square foot room. It's not large enough to serve the teens in this community. So both of these proposed designs expand that facility. And so there's a side-by-side comparison of those programming spaces. The top schedule as laid out here is the current staff recommended board resolution of approval of the renovation expansion concept plan, which would move us into the schematic and detailed design process with the goal of bidding this project in the winter of 24-25 to move toward opening the facility toward the end of 26 into 27. The Amendment A is represented in the lower line, in which the staff would move into ongoing fundraising with an unknown design and construction schedule. And Amendment B is the middle line, in which if the board were to elect to approve both concept plans, we would then move through sort of a schematic design for both designs, and we'd come back to you next summer with an update. We've also gone through the necessary exercise of understanding the level of service and the operational costs of both of these concept designs. And we're comparing those to 2022 actual dollars. So you can see here, looking through asset management, police, all the way through to aquatics, we spend approximately $1.2 million operating North Commons Recreation Center and Water Park. In these proposals, the renovation addition would be an increase of 44% on the operations budget for that park, bringing that number to $1.75 million, an increase of over $500,000. And the new construction estimate is an increase of approximately $750,000, bringing the total cost of North Commons Park to $2 million. Additionally, we've been assessing the potential for additional revenue within each of these designs and comparing that to the 2022 actual. You'll see here there is opportunity for increased revenue in both of these. And I'll note that we have two different lines at the bottom there. The first line is assuming that youth programming remains free as it is currently, and the bottom line assumes fees are reinstated for all. And finally, I just want to, before I get into each of the individual concept plans, show you how these designs are similar in some ways and a few key ways that they're different as well. You'll note that both concept designs recommend the removal of the baseball fields on the northwest corner of the park, the removal of the wading pool in the central part of the park. The playgrounds are replaced and upgraded in both plans, and that work is planned for later this year, moving into next year. Some key differences to note is the parking lot size in the new construction concept plan sits at 78 parking stalls, and it sits at only 50 parking stalls in the renovation addition design. And there's also varying impacts to trees. The renovation expansion concept plan would impact approximately 22 trees, and in the new construction concept plan, the number is 47. I'll also note that both plans do show refrigerated hockey, basketball court as guided by the park plan in the central portion of the park. And you'll see that that's noted in the actual plan as requiring dedicated funding outside of this project scope. So as we look at the actual concept design for the renovation addition design, you'll see that that centers really around the existing recreation center, building a field house to the north, and to the west is the aquatics wing, providing services for the new water park. The water park generally remains in its existing location, but the aquatics building is removed. That's north of that space. Stormwater, you can see, is shown to be under the parking lot as well as throughout the site. We have the main entryway coming from the north and trying to connect to Knox and bring people in from that central walkway and the YMCA. We also show here in the lower right the existing facility. You can see how we're adding on to that facility. Expanding to the west then is that aquatics wing that we would be able to sort of shut down during the off season. The water park in the renovation addition concept plan includes a 6-lane lap pool, 2 water slides, an activity area, and a family waiting area with a zero-depth entry, and then the associated shade and seating around the deck. Here again, you can see how the restrooms and the changing rooms and the showers serve that facility from the south. As we look at the first floor plan, you'll note that above the gymnasium is an elevated walking track, and that's intended to really interact with that open lobby space as you enter the facility. That's also where the facility check-in space would be and where the fitness center would sit. So everyone who enters that main entry will sort of have the gym on the left, the aquatics wing on the right, and then the rest of the recreation center deeper to the south. You'll also note here the warming room is expanded and provided for in a location that would allow it to function as a warming room in the winter and a lifeguard break room in the summer for the aquatics facility. On the lower level is that 3-gymnasium field house to be combined with the existing single gymnasium that exists within the existing facility. We've provided space for both fixed and movable spectator seating in those spaces. And then the section really demonstrates how we've been reducing the height of the field house to make it of comparable height to the existing facility and still providing for that large field house type feel with the walking track elevated above and how that compares to the existing gymnasium on the right. We've programmed the central walkway to have sort of skatable fixtures and furnishings to not have a truly dedicated skate park, but to have skatable site features in that entryway. And you can see here the entryway from Knox and from Golden Valley Road. Then within the large lobby, the check-in space is on the right here, fitness centers in the background. All of the aquatics would be off to the right. And then you have the walking track and the sunken gymnasium off to the left. The field house space is intended to be multi-sport field house that can be subdivided for many activities at one time. Also intended to provide a large indoor space for community events and activities. And we have the new construction concept plan with the $49 million project budget. In this design, it's obviously all new construction. The new facility sits much closer to Golden Valley Road, extending and reaching out to West Broadway, while providing for the water park to the southeast. Again, the major site features are consistent with the parking lot in the northeast corner. It's slightly larger in this design, and it's also a larger facility. This is a 3-story facility with the lower level gyms, the main level, as well as an elevated level with additional community spaces. The water park is expanded in this design to include additional features. It has 4 slides instead of the 2. It has a current channel, and it includes a ninja course over the 6-lane lap pool for different activities when the lap pool isn't being used for that function. You can as well see how the changing room and showers would serve the water park. The first floor plan shows how you would enter the facility from the north and the south, have that walking track right there, and the entry point check-in where staff would be greeting you as well, and the fitness center is nestled into the walking track above the gymnasium. On the upper level, we have a teen room, a flexible classroom, and a craft space, and we have an outdoor plaza shown as well. The lower level is the 4-court field house space here with, again, fixed and movable spectator seating and restrooms below to serve those users. The gymnasium is again sunken into the ground to reduce the overall scale of the project to maintain that sort of neighborhood feel. You'll note here the daylighting opportunities within the roof combined with the solar energy capture potential on the roof as well. This view from Knox Avenue shows how welcoming the site is across Golden Valley Road. Noted here is pedestrian crossing improvements in which we'd be working with with agency partners to implement. And then throughout both of these concept designs and throughout the site are many opportunities for public art that we've identified and have included. The main lobby area here shows the concession space that's intended to serve both the building as well as the water park on the backside, and the check-in and changing rooms off to the left, and how the walking track, gymnasium, and lobby space would interact together. And then similar to the other design, intended to be multi-sport, flexible community space, field house in the heart of the north side. I'd like to pass it over to the superintendent to close our remarks before passing it to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair Benny and Alper. Thank you for the opportunity to step up here for a moment and just to speak on this. I don't have anything necessarily scripted or planned, as well as the presentation from Dan himself, but I wanted to take the moment just to acknowledge a few things. It can't be emphasized enough what this means to this community. This site is, and I've said it before, transformative. It is incredibly important to this community. The one thing I recognize, and when you look at the comp plan, which we've all read, I'm sure, several times, there's this arc of history and things that happen within the park system. We can talk about MPP 20, we can talk about even when they first constructed these buildings back in the 1960s and 70s. Here we are today with this most fundamental and most important construction project in our history. This is the largest investment in our park's history in one single project. And it's an incredibly important project for this community and truly transformative. But this project was really community driven before even master plan. This really started with the spark from the community. And I wanted to acknowledge that, is that this is what drove us really to the point where we are today. I would be remiss if I don't mention, of course, Seeds to Harvest and their tireless work to get here with this, to be working hard with the community. And also, of course, I do want to mention also Friends of North Commons, but I wanted to make sure I gave that acknowledgement because a lot of the work and this initiative to get us to this point started this community, this dream that they had for this really transformative space, and what it means to the north side and what it means to the people that we're going to be serving. And I'm grateful for them as we continue to work with them too, of course, with the community. I also want to make sure to say that we have a lot of work to do. This is just really the start. Today is a very important moment, but we also have important work to do around our bonding. As I think Dan mentioned before, we're hearing some good news. That is incredibly important. And also working with our partners in the community. I mean, we can go and name all of them, from the Metro Transit to PUC, WCA, public schools. We have a lot of work to do. And as you know, that I'll be hitting the ground running very hard on that, and making sure I'm present in those spaces, and working with our delegation to make sure that we do get the funding to hopefully get that support to move forward. I also want to make sure I thank the Parks Foundation. I'm grateful for the incredible work and commitment that they have stepped into on this project. I know I call Executive Director Tom Sievers all the time, and we talk, and we have some really great conversations, but the commitment that they're putting forward, this is absolutely incredible. We wouldn't be here today without that, and so profoundly has changed the possibilities of where we can go with this. And so that's, I just want to make sure my gratitude and say thank you to them for this, and for the wonderful board that the foundation is. I also want to make sure that I also say to Commissioner Thompson, who has been really a really important voice, of course, and has really pushed and challenged us and asked a lot of questions, and continually we've had conversations back and forth, and I'm grateful for your very tough questions and demanding and asking for really some clarity on things. So grateful for that, and we continue to work together, so I wanted to make sure I acknowledge that. I also want to make sure I just also state that the concept is more about just not about cost, right? We understand the cost is tremendous, what's in front of you. But what's important to think about is the bricks and mortar, what this means. I know you've had some ways to look at this and to look at the concepts, but I want to make sure it's about people, it's about our community. When we talk about, this is about the north side. This is for the north side. This is for our children and our community to be engaged and to have a place that they can call home, they can feel proud of, that they don't look at outside what's better if you go to the suburbs. It's about being in the north side and being in this park within our community. And that is fundamentally important. I am absolutely committed to the fact that our children, when we say it's good enough, it's not good enough. We want excellence for our kids. We want excellence for our community. This plan drives to that, to make sure that our community has a space they can go to and experience that is the best, not just good enough. And this is what this community has asked for, what they've demanded, and we are going to deliver. And I also want to make sure that when we look at, being present in the community while this site is being built, that the park system and the park staff will be present in the community through multiple partners, and not just, down for 2 years in development of this, but we'll be involved and engaged in the community in different ways and partnering with our community on different levels. And so we want to make sure that the staff that work within the centers, that they're always going to be out in the community during the time of construction, so that we're never not present, and that we're hearing what the community needs are and what's important to the community, so that we can also make sure we design our programs and our commitment to delivering those programs to our community, which is critical. But I just want to make sure, and I want to say thank you for the time to be able to stand here in front of you today, but I just want to make sure to just really emphasize to this board what an important moment this is for this organization, and what a privilege it is for me to be standing here in front of you, and to say that this is something that is deeply important for me, it's deeply important for the staff, it's deeply, deeply important for this community, and what it's going to mean for this community, and the transformative, what this transformative building will mean for this community, not only in jobs, but in opportunities. And, the field house, as an example, I just want to say one last thing. As I've thought about this, when we talk about this field house in this space, it's not just about sports. A lot of times we hear about folks saying, well, it's basketball, and well, of course it is. It's going to be all those things that we can do for the community. But I was also talking to a lot of kids and a lot of people in the community when they talk about STEAM or they talk about science. And one of the things I've noticed, when you have a space that large, you can do some really amazing things, like drone flying, right? And we've talked about even science like gliders, where you have enough space where you can talk about how you can build and design a glider plane, and you can then be able to float that across that gym in the space of it. And I know that it seems something very simple because maybe people think about that, but it's so important. When I was down at Powderhorn Park for the King's celebration, the place is packed. You can't even walk in the gym during the celebration. It's amazing. It's a beautiful place when you start to see things happen. The entire lobby's full, the multi-use room is full, people are staying outside the door. The one thing they always tell me when I walk in, they say, wouldn't it be great if we had a field house? So we can actually do activities that really the community needs are, right? And this is what this is. This affords us this space that our community can be in and do community events and celebrations and activities and things that we can't do now. This is going to open up a world for our community. And the last thing I'll say too is when we talk about safety and we talk about engaging our young people in things that mean something to them, this is going to provide that. And we want to be able to capture and get as many young people into our older adults, when we talk about intergenerational, into this building to where they can feel connected and feel a part of the community and feel something special and pride in being in this space. And that is our goal, right? To really engage our community, to have a place that they can feel welcome for the North Side, for our community that deserves this incredible project. So thank you for the time to allow me to speak briefly, and I look forward to really working hard to make this really a success and working with all of our partners. And thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, and now would be a great time to open up the public hearing. So the first thing I'll do is just kind of briefly cover some of the rules associated with the public hearing. Thanks to all who want to share your thoughts and ideas during the public hearing. We have a few public hearing rules to go over. People who wish to speak should have signed up already. We have 5 people signed up. So I'll allow 3 minutes per person. There's a timer to watch while you're speaking. During the public hearing, public testimony is the point of it. It will be given, but without debate or discussion from the board. The board made the decision to operate under Robert's Rules of Order, and so you can't give your time to another person. And at the end of the speakers that have signed up, I'll ask if there are other people in the room that would like to speak. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing for the North Commons Park Phase 1 Improvements Concept Design, and the first speaker is Michael Tate, and following will be Raymond Dean. You have 3 minutes.
Wow, I get to be first. You kind of stole my thunder, Al. You can't be doing that. Good evening, commissioners and community. I'm just going to read, and usually I don't read, I just come from my heart, but I had to write something down special about this thing that we call international change, I call it, in North Minneapolis for the city of Minneapolis. Y'all don't see my sign enough, right? Good evening. So how are the children? I have been on this roller coaster for 14 years with 3 different board terms. And I want to say this North Side facility will be built on the North Side for the city of Minneapolis. I just want to share that with you. All you Minneapolisans, you will get to enjoy this. It's just not for the North Side, it is for the city of Minneapolis. This public hearing is what the concept is for the board to adopt, pretty much. That's what this is about. So how are the children? I want to say this. When we go raise some money, we got a lot of partners out there already. Al just said, I'm going to get boots on the ground. Because I'm going to give you some partners to share that may help us get to the 49 or maybe even $100 million. I'll give you the estimation of taxation. And maybe I said that wrong, Mr. Benny, but you understand what I'm talking about. How about Hennepin County? Ton of money over there too. How about Target? How about Minneapolis Community Ed? How about Best Buy? How about the Paulette Foundation, who we already had a relationship with? Said they built more baseball fields than we could play on. back 5 years ago, but we didn't react on that. How about the trades organizations that want to come in and hire our kids, but got nowhere to come in and see them? There's 120 kids up in North Commerce right now that nobody's coming to say, hey, do you want to be the next police officer, the next electrician? When do you think you're going to come to them? After they graduate? I'll leave it right there. Dean Phillips, the foundation, the guy that built another field for us, said he'll build more fields. The Lopez Foundation, who we got a relationship with our tax dollars, opened 9 to 9 programming. 9 to 9, they got something going with my tax dollars, and my kids can't even go up there. I'm going to take one more minute. The African American Museum, who we wanted to be part of this facility. The NCAA, who we had a partnership with, they put $100,000. We could have asked them for $5 million, but we wanted $100,000 when they brought the NCAA tournament here. Let me go further. The Dove Corporation. We got Dove all over North Commerce. We ain't been back to Dove since. Again, a relationship that we had. The Minnesota Vikings, the Minnesota Wild, the Timberwolves, the Jewish Community Center, which guess what? It was all Jewish neighborhood, y'all, back in the 60s. You don't think that they want to help out North Minneapolis? I say this to say to y'all, you gotta ask the partners. And I'll leave you with this. So how are the children?
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Raymond Dean, and then Stephen Johnson.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Raymond Dean. I live at 1611 25th Avenue North. For 8 years, I represented this district in the state of Minnesota. I was probably in one of the earliest community meetings, if you could even call it that, a group of people that began to think about this vision on what North Commons could be to the community. I ask you to support the total reconstruction for many reasons that have already been articulated, but most importantly, to signal to this community and to the city that you are serious about transformation. Throwing money at stuff that's not going to be transformational is throwing money at stuff. And the North Side has gotten money thrown at it time and time again, but not the type of money that can actually have an impact. This particular project can have a significant impact on the kids, the children, but also the whole community. One of the other reasons that I would say that you should go with the new construction is early on there was lots of objections from these neighbors to the east because they were fearful of a huge dome that was going to be in that space. The new construction actually sets the field house away from all that neighborhood on the east. It puts it on Golden Valley Road, so it's not abutting a residential neighborhood. Another reason that this project will become an incredibly friendly project for that community. I'd also like to add that the state needs to step up. I mean, when I saw the amount of money, I mean, it's fantastic that the foundation is committing money, but the state needs to step up. And I'm no longer an elected representative. I still know elected representatives. I'm happy to go to the Capitol when it comes time for a serious bonding budget to make sure that this project gets funded at the level it should get funded. And this community now has an opportunity where the chair of the Capital Investment Committee represents the North Side in this district. The president of the Senate represents District 59, this district. And I think there's a real opportunity. Most people think that last legislative session, there was this huge bonding bill that was done, and so there's not going to be much happening. That bonding bill was a makeup bill for all the years that capital investment was underfunded throughout the state. So I implore you to really think hard about, do you want to do something that's transformational, or do you want to do something that's just sort of what we've always done? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Next is Stephen Johnson, and then Keith Holloman. And when you come up, I forgot to say if you could just state your name and where you live approximately.
Hello, my name is Steve Johnson. I stay over North Minneapolis, 1700 Deland Park Avenue. I was a coach at North Commons for 20 plus years, and I would like for you guys to vote toward the new bill for North Commons. One of the things in my times of coaching up here in North, in this community, was when I was seeing things get built in different parks. Seemed like other parks would always get something a little bit bigger, a little like nicer. And then I would always ask, I was a coach, so sports is my thing. I would ask the park director, I'm like, man, why does this park get, the baseball dugouts and the batting cages, and North Commons we didn't get none of that stuff. So I really, kids always want to go other parks based on what they see. My son, he always said he liked to go to the other places just because of it looked better. They had more technology. That was one of his. He didn't want to spend much time in the community, And I just think this new bill will be great for North Minneapolis. The new construction, the money's gonna come. I truly believe that will take care of itself. But I really think this new construction will be great for the community. That's all I got.
Thank you. Keith Holloman, and then Roxanne O'Brien. Keith? Oh, I didn't see you.
My name is Keith Holloman. I do not live in Minneapolis. I live in Brooklyn Park. However, I've been using the bike and running trails in Minneapolis for over 30 years. I'm also a member of the Minneapolis Sailing Center, their board of directors, and have spent countless hours down at both Bedeh-Makaska and Lake Harriet, taking advantage of our wonderful park system. I joined the Minneapolis Park Foundation because I felt that the work that I do in my full-time profession, which is around health equity, I understood that equity can be useful in the way we design our parks to not only be brick and mortar, but also be structures that will allow for engagement with the community, whether it's sports, multi-generational activities, but it can allow us the opportunity to make a difference in the communities. And that's what North Commons is. It's an opportunity for us to really work with the community to understand their needs and come together with a plan that will meet those needs. So the Park Foundation, we've been working extensively with Al and the commissioner and Commissioner Thompson, and also community members, really understanding both sides and those needs. And there has been a lot of tension, a lot of back and forth, but that is important. It's important that we listen to everyone that has a stake in this and come to a compromise in some cases that will meet those needs. So in the Park Foundation, we look at what we can do. We have raised a substantial amount of money that you've heard to allow us to move forward. And we feel it's important that we make a decision in terms of which direction we want to go. And right now, the renovation update is the solution that will get us to a point where we have a plan and a finish line so we can complete this project. I know there are needs that we can accommodate within that plan. And again, I've talked with Mike and others about what is needed. I have also talked with people of faith and other individuals. And one of the things that come through is that we have to stop talking and get something done. So right now, I would encourage you to consider the plan that will get us to the finish line and get this project completed so that the Northside community can have a facility that can really begin to move forward in transforming the people. Thank you.
Very, very good timing. The last speaker on the list is Roxanne O'Brien.
Hi, I come in here a lot and I try to warn you guys about making bad decisions a lot. The last one, I tried to warn y'all about the tree stuff. You know, it took a long time to convince people that there was a problem. I do that a lot, try to convince people like when there's an issue and point it out, and then a lot of times white-bodied people do what they want to do for our communities. I also grew up by North Commons on 17th and Newton, so I used to play basketball out there with guys that didn't even know. It was kind of safer back then for me, for whatever reason. So that park is really important to me, and it's my kid's favorite park. My daughter is actually in the other room right now, but she loves that park. And a lot of people love the park for the people there, the people from the neighborhood, and the people who work with our communities the most. What I'm concerned about is I've done a little bit of my research on this. I feel like there wasn't, the reason why you guys didn't get the money from the state legislator is because there's a difference of opinion of whose plan you're pushing forward. I'm hearing that you're not pushing forward the plan of the people. And I'm also hearing that you guys already aren't invested into the programming and into the staff. The black people that I've been meeting who work at these parks, they're not being invested in. The programming is not being invested in. A lot of times it's just like one staff who's kind of in control of a lot of things. You might have a new Best Buy center that moves in, but then you erase all the programming. So we have a bunch of kids running around here without adults that actually care for them and that are from their communities or that are invested in so that they can be around these kids. So I'm just concerned. I know that I'm hearing that people are not being listened to and that you're about to pass, or at least you're considering passing a plan that is more from outside interests, which is very common in our communities, of having outside developers' interest building what they see for our communities. And I don't know if everyone is aware, but when parks are built, they basically raise the value of the communities around them. But that can be harmful as well, right? Like, we want to raise the value, but we also want to keep, like, what's the point in building all these things and doing all this community engagement if you know that these developments aren't for the people that it was meant for in the first place? Like, our communities have waited too long for development and investment, and if finally the times that we're about to get it is through like things like Upper Harbor Terminal and things like this, but you're not invested in what we're invested in, our culture, our people, our dreams, our hopes, then what are you up here doing? Like, who are you invested in?
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak to this topic? Yes, please come up to the podium and give your name and where you live.
My name is Mike Shelton. I live at 5233 Fremont over North Minneapolis. One thing nobody has really talked about is the economics part of it. I agree totally with Mr. Dean that, you know, this thing can change lives, you know what I mean? But not just lives, it can change the whole North Minneapolis, the whole way we look at it with the economics of it. Say if we host events at this particular site, that money goes right back in the community, you know what I mean? So say if you have an event at, you know, at the North Commons, you got concessions, but nobody wants to eat hot dogs and stuff all day. Where are they gonna go? They're just gonna go right up the street. And so with all that money that's coming in to this place, if done right, because obviously we don't want people, outside people coming in running it or whatever, but if it's done right, this place could pay for itself within 3 to 5 years. So I know money is a big issue for this, but you guys gotta understand and realize that this can also be a moneymaker. So I don't know if that's, you know, anybody's, or cares about that or this and that, but just know that as well, that this could pay for itself. in about 5 years as well, too. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak to the topic? Yep. Please just give your name and where you live.
All right, good evening. My name is Carla Marshall. I live 26 in Irving North. I'm also a business owner that I run from my home. I've raised 3 boys in North Minneapolis, one which is in travel football. It is extremely important to me to see something like this come to fruition. I am voting for the biggest and the best of what you can offer. A lot of times our kids are not able to play North Minneapolis because other teams don't even want to come to North Minneapolis, not just due to the facilities, but due to the violence. Last game we went to was in Becker, Minnesota. That's not convenient for anybody, especially when you take in the cost of football itself. So I'm speaking to you all as a resident, as a business owner, as a mother. I've grown up, North Commons has always been a staple in the community, and I'm hoping that once you all decide on whatever facility that you decide on, that it's not just about the aesthetic and it's not just about the building, but it's the programs that you're bringing to the community, because that's what really matters. And I think if we would have had this years ago, we wouldn't see the North Side in the shambles that it is now. There's a lot of positive people and a lot of positive things that are going on the North Side, but it's overshadowed by kids that are bored, kids that aren't loved, kids that are overlooked, kids that are thrown away. It's so much potential in the North Side. And I think it's really a shame that any of us have to come here and plead our case. I think it's really disgusting. I think that the facilities that we see in other places, they don't just offer a facility for those kids. Those facilities are open and there's programs there and there's coaches and there's people that feel comfortable in that facility. If there was a program at North Commons right now, I'm not going. So hopefully this can not just bring a beautiful building and money, but hopefully it can really start to create some change and attitude in the way that people view their community and the way that we all just like community, like we want to be a community. We don't just want to show. I don't know any of you. I don't know why I'm talking to any of you. I don't see any of you on the North Side. So it has to be more community. It has to be more caring, and hopefully it's not just another facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we have another speaker coming forward.
Good evening. My name is Brett McNeil. How are you? Commissioners, thanks for having us. I'm a longtime North Sider. 1808, 1810 Golden Valley Road, 1922 Morgan Avenue North, 1222 Vincent Avenue, right? 2518 Thomas Avenue North. I grew up in that park. I watched the Y being built when they tore down those houses. I am now an athletic director. I'm a district athletic director. I was executive director of that Y. And we're talking about economics. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about a facility and we're talking about dollars. I think some of the frustration you've been hearing is why is the money always less for North Side? That's really what you're hearing. I've been involved in building facilities and operating facilities, and it's a lot of money, but it shouldn't be any less than any other community. I'm in the suburb on Crystal, but I was in Woodbury. I was there when they built East Ridge. I'm trying to figure out why it was so easy to get that kind of a facility out there, and we can't find to build a very nice facility here. And sometimes we talk about space. There's a lot of challenges with the dollar amount, but the need has already been spoken. There's a lot of things that can happen with the facility and what it can bring to the community. I won't repeat that. What I think about is DIB. I think about Title IX. I think about a facility that's useful for everybody within our community. You did a really nice job at Theodore Worth. I'm a golfer. I took away my par 3. But what it did do is it brought in some other things that my kids can get involved in. Most people weren't exposed to the bike trail. Most people weren't exposed to low bid and cross-country Nordic. I'm saying that because when I was growing up, we used to have the little hockey fields out there. Most black kids don't skate. Now, I know why we can't do it now as I've gotten to that business, but that's how I got into skating. That's how I got into broom ball. So we're bringing in people. I told you I coach across the country. We don't have a facility with multiple gyms that we can host those events, whether it's boys volleyball, girls volleyball, basketball, football, or any other event. That's going to bring people to our community that can see our community. Eric Binger's a good friend of mine. They're building a nice facility in that V3. So it's not like the dollars aren't available. It's just we have to commit to it. We have to say this is something that we want, commit to doing it, and then find the people to bring the right programming. Thank you for my time, or your time.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, please come forward. Give your name and where you live.
I'm Reverend Graham. I live in Brooklyn Park at this time. I had a business on West Broadway. I also lived at 1914 Oliver for 28 years. When I come back to the neighborhood now, I look and see it's about the same place it was when I left. I left in 1999. I was invited to come to this meeting by Brother Tate to see what was going on, Brother Talley, to see what was going on in our neighborhood. The one question that comes to my mind is that if we're going to run the north side or build the north side where we think it ought to be, I'm questioning, and the young lady said it, she said she sees none of you in the neighborhoods, and you don't really know what the neighborhood needs. So I'm asking the question today, do all of you live in the north side, or can I see just a show of hands who does not live in the north side? You live in the north side? It's just one of y'all? Well, there goes our problem.
Well, we represent the different parts of the city, but we're, so.
But we would love to have people like us who live in the neighborhood making decisions for that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Is that too much to ask?
Okay.
Okay, this is my first meeting.
Okay. I'm
going to try and do it the next one to see where we are.
Okay.
But I thank you for allowing me to come, and I'm in the north side all the time. I'm a part of the Minneapolis Police Department. I'm a chaplain for them, and I'd love to be in the north side of Minneapolis because we gel so well together. But I'd like to see you on our next meeting. So when is that next meeting? Would somebody tell me?
October 4th.
Thursday? Next Thursday?
Wednesday.
Next Wednesday. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Reverend Graham, and I'll see you next Thursday.
2 weeks.
2 weeks from. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I think I would prefer to close the public hearing, just, it's going a little bit long. And with that, I will close the public hearing, and I would ask somebody on the committee then to advance the resolution associated with. Did we advance that? Okay, thank you. So I think then it's an opportunity for the Board of Commissioners, who represent all corners of the city, including 3 at-large commissioners, to have a discussion now about the concept plan and the presentation we heard. So with that, does anybody have any comments, questions? Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Co-Chair Benny. I'm happy to defer to any of my colleagues if they have questions. Okay. I live on the north side, and I represent the north side, and I've been a part of this park since I was 16 years old. So I just want that to be on the public record. This has been a tense thing since before I was elected. We keep talking about community, and I have a stack of petitions of over 400 District 2 community members who don't want really any park. And so it is difficult sometimes to ease that tension. I know that the $35 million plan that is in front of us is an incredible plan that the different factions, I'll just be plain, this project has really divided the community in kind of sad and unfortunate ways, to be perfectly honest. And it's been tense and emotionally taxing for me to preside over that as the district commissioner. I signed up for it, and I am honored to be in this space and to hear all of you. I thank you all for coming in here tonight. I thank you to Keith Holloman, who with his wonderful words, and Tom Evers for his leadership, and for Superintendent Bangora. I think that we have an amazing plan at $35 million. And I would challenge and like to remind my colleagues that there is no path forward for anything larger. The people of the city of Minneapolis, whether donors or taxpayers or beyond, have invested so much in this space. And I see this as a massive, beautiful moment for all of us to say yes. And that includes all the people that came in here to talk tonight. Because this has been, I just came in a couple years ago to listen. There have been neighbors in on this, as I know Mr. Tate said, for all these years. And this is a culminating moment, and the honest answer of what can be built is $35 million, which is, I may remind everybody in the room, the largest neighborhood park project in the history of the city. So the only foundational difference, and someone is willing to critique me on this, but I'm pretty positive I'm correct, between the $35 million plan and the 49 at this point, is that one would mean that we have to have temporary facilities for the staff at the park. I don't think that that's worth $15 million and no finish line versus $35 million is an amazing thing, and I would really urge my colleagues out of planning to unanimously pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. And I'll call on another member here in a minute, but I do want to just add a little bit of that. I was in a neighborhood meeting last night for Armitage neighborhood, and they were asking about their park improvements because the whole city's been planned. And in 2029, they can expect about 2.8 million is the estimate right now, which is more typical of our park investments. And I think it's just important to say that while people are in the room to hear it still. But with that, so it doesn't mean that, and that's a great investment, and it's a good investment to make in this location. But I want to just kind of frame the scale. So with that, I'll call on Vice President Crudup.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm not actually on this committee. So I think that I've heard community, and like Commissioner Thompson said, this has been a little bit divisive. And I think the divisiveness comes from a place of we have to oftentimes settle for what is sold to us. And so for the young lady who got up and said she didn't recognize anyone from community, maybe when we leave, I'll take my mask off and you'll recognize me from community, from the Y, and all the things that you know me from. So I too am a North Sider. I grew up on 12th and Morgan. I played at North Commons. That's where I met Coach. Coach my kid. Coach made me coach other kids because it was important. So it's really important that we give our community the best, even if that means that we have to go out and raise the dollars for it. Because 35 million and 49 million, they're not that far off. I manage budgets of multi-million dollars, so the difference really when it comes down to fundraising is about relationships. And I know lots of millionaires on the north side. I know lots of professional athletes that came out of North Minneapolis that would invest if presented with the opportunity. And so since this has been divisive, in particular in my community with my elders and with people who are my peers who have children now, I will stand on the side of we're giving the north side the absolute best. And what they're asking for, it's $50 million. We got it. Let's go get it.
Commissioner Menz?
Thank you, Commissioner, Co-Chair Benny, or Chair Benny? Co-Chair Benny, for letting me speak on that on this committee. This has been very challenging, and I think it is really important to note that this will be the highest investment in a community park that we've ever done. And some would say that a number of 35 million is enough. The biggest concern that I have with this project is that it's a building. And building does not make a park. The people make the park. The people who are allowed in it, the people who program out of it. And the one thing I saw tonight that I didn't actually notice before was the new construction has space for additional community space on the third level. That is an incredibly important element because our parks cannot be programmed solely by us. And I think that this doesn't only represent something for the north side, and I think that Coach Tate expressed, this is a citywide resource, this is a regional resource, this is an excuse for folks to come to the north side and experience the beauty that it is, which I get over there quite a bit too. And I think that it's hard to conceptualize that when right now, Mike over there, his boy is at Northeast Park. There's about 150 kids who were there tonight programming and playing some baseball. It wasn't necessarily our programming. Our facilities supported that. When I went to Farview Park this weekend with Commissioner Olson and another person, there was programming happening there all over that field that had been a huge investment at Farview Park. That the programming spaces, the facility is important and is our responsibility, but the community needs to own the space. And this project represents an opportunity for all of us to say, the community owns the space. We have space for the school district. We have space for the sailing. We have office space for people to be in that place. Not only our staff, which our staff is not, we are not capable of programming a space like this completely. We just can't do it. And we shouldn't. We shouldn't. We should be partnering. We should be using that space as a conduit to build more community. So $35 million is a lot of money. If we end up doing that, I mean, the space is going to be great and we'll figure it out, but we need to figure out how to get community space. But I think that, as Vice President Krupp said, it's just, we have an opportunity to say, this is an investment. And the one thing I wanted to ask before, if you give me 1 minute, 1 second, is that has there been any sort of economic development study or research done on what a $50 million park versus a $35 million would do for the community of the north side? Because I think the city and the state and the region and the Hennepin County would be interested in what that's going to produce. Thank you.
Yeah, Dan Elias, are you going to address that question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Benny, Commissioner Menz. We ourselves have not completed any sort of broad economic assessment of how these two would impact broader community. We've been very aware of the opportunities within the parts of the project we control. So the contracting process for how this is built, we're working on strategies to get as many Northside residents involved in the building of the facilities and contracted through that process. We're understanding that various parts of this, like the concession space, can be an opportunity for an entrepreneur to have a bricks and mortar space that maybe doesn't have one. And then we've been working with those broader agencies that have their own plans to the north with Blue Line Extension and the city's plans as well. But we have not completed any sort of broad economic assessment that would impact the broader city at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson? Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Co-Chair Benny. I just want to be abundantly clear to colleagues. There is not a path, having the $35 million plan gets us on track for children to see the park space activated in their childhood. we as a system have so many parks that are waiting, parks in District 3, parks in District 6, parks in District 1, that are waiting. And this is an incredible plan that is ready now. This has taken so much energy to get here for this community. And pushing any further is truly a vote to kill North Commons. I'm just going to name it. Because if we try to go for the big, the bold, the better, this project will cease to be because there is no finish line. It is truly Zeno's paradox. I would really continue to, if anyone needs to ask, go ahead and ask, but the 35 million plan is a huge win for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. So I was reading through it, and on kind of a bit of a shift of tone on some of the climate and energy efficiency aspects. I saw that we were hoping to really make these as close to net zero as possible. Do you know between the two plans if there would be significant difference in energy efficiency once we completed them?
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Olson, no, there would be no noticeable difference. We would employ the same strategies for the new construction as we would the renovation construction. And they'd have because of the state bonding, we'd have the same targets through the Minnesota B3 program as we would with in either plan.
Okay, awesome. And as far as the courts, it looks like, so one has 4 courts, and the new construction and kind of a spectator area, and other has 3. Do we know if that difference in the 4 versus 3 full courts would change what events we can, host, things like that, or is 3, are we able to kind of host similar events?
Yeah, so Chair Benny, Commissioner Olson, one point of clarification is that the renovation addition design does retain the existing court. So it's a 3-court field house with a separated existing gym. So it's still 4 gyms. Yeah. They're just not in the same space. And the existing gym has the challenges of being a little bit too small, for example, for like U12 basketball. It can only be played at the younger levels. We have done some internal assessments around the revenue that can be generated from tournaments, and we have not heard folk communicating to us that they would shy away from renting our field house if it only had 3 gyms. The tournament may just have to take a little longer in the day or a little longer in the weekend, but we have the same revenue assessment for both of these designs.
Mm-hmm. And I saw kind of as like a stretch goal, there was the outdoor courts and like the rink for tournaments and things like that. Is it only indoor? If we have a full-size outdoor court, would that then add to that? Do you know?
Commissioner Olson, it's a good question. I don't know if tournament organizers are that interested in sort of one game being an indoor game and one game being an outdoor game. I think there's some opportunity there for maybe more informal tournaments. I think this is probably a really good opportunity for the park board to partner with other gymnasiums in the area. If there's going to be a tournament in North Minneapolis, to utilize our 3 courts and maybe 2 courts at a neighboring school, or we can partner with V3 and have a tournament that spans the weekend at both of those facilities. So that would be my answer to that question.
Okay. Yeah, well, and so just to know, I guess, where so folks can see where I am. Yeah, I'm looking at the side-by-sides of what we get with the new construction and what we get with the renovated expansion plan. And, one thing I heard and I think resonated from, what Commissioner Menz said earlier is, there's extra space for, folks to participate and make it their own, space. But, I see that in the renovation plan as well. There's actually more office space in square footage I'm seeing in the renovated plan. And actually we have every single other thing except for flexible classrooms in the renovated space. And so I see ample potential for this to be a really strong community space, and I really can't I think in good conscience, go with a plan that is not solid in there, because when we did that before, that led us to this situation. When we kind of kicked the can, when we kind of had debates about we should and shouldn't have, has put us in this decision where it feels like the community is not getting everything that they deserve, absolutely. But I really think this is the renovated, it's not a lesser than plan. It's a great plan and a slightly bigger, also great plan. And it's a common phrase, you know, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think that that's kind of where we're at. We're kind of seeing, well, okay, one's bigger, one's less. When this is finished, when we are able to actually get community and folks in there, I think we'll see that it can be a really strong and beautiful spot. And, you know, I don't know, I just feel like sometimes in our society, we always see bigger, and we always see, well, bigger is absolutely better. I got to go for the bigger car, the bigger house, the bigger whatever, spend more money, consume more, do more, whatever. We can really have a fantastic space with a renovated spot, and it's the one that I can look in folks in the eye and say, you will actually have this spot. You will be able to do it and program there. And I hear Vice President Crudup say, you know, the difference between, you know, this amount and that amount, you know, it's 15 million is not that much once you get to that high. But the thing is, it is a lot, and it's the difference between, you know, having to go to the legislature, you know, one session in a row versus 2 sessions or 3 sessions in a row. And I appreciated Rep. Dean's, sorry, I'll end soon stuff, but it's, you know, nothing's guaranteed, and that is so much extra that we need, and so I just have to go with the guarantee.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from the committee members, particularly? Okay, I think with that, I'd like to go ahead and move this resolution then to a vote. So I'm going to just make sure I find the right one here. All those in favor of approving resolution, and then this will approve the renovation plan. So all those in favor of resolution 2023-168, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. The next item on the agenda, if someone could move the resolution for consideration.
I'll move Resolution 2023-169, the resolution approving the preferred concept plan for Bottineau Field Park.
Okay, and do we have a presentation on this item? Do we want one? Carol's coming up. Okay, actually, it sounds like we might not take a presentation. Are there any questions or discussion? We did have a public hearing. We didn't have any comments. Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, I think it looks like a really cool plan. I mean, I see basketball courts and skate parks, so I'm excited. And I really like the art concept idea. I think that's a really cool thing. So more of that throughout our system, please. Thank you.
Other comments? Commissioner Menz.
Thank you for letting me speak on this committee. As Bottineau Park, I'm there quite a bit. Tom and I actually rode by it the other day. I really want to compliment and thank staff. So sometimes when these concept plans come up, like things that are of acute need come up in the park, because it's like, well, if we're going to do that, why don't we do this? And I think the staff has found a way to close a gap for this park of fencing that will block the railroad and keep the park a lot safer. So I really think that as these plans come up, like it just comes to the front of our mind and things happen. And I appreciate Carol and others looking to fix something that's an acute need in that park right now. But Bottineau Park, we won't get the skate park out of this one. It's planned for future. Yeah. There's a good space, and they did a good job with the plan to make sure that that space is available. But yeah, it's looking good. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a vote on resolution 2023-169. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution passes. Who would like to read the next resolution? And move the next resolution.
I'll move Resolution 2023-171. I'm on a roll here in planning. Resolution placing into nomination the name Chante Tinzawinyan Park for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board property known as Sibley Field Park and initiating the formal park naming process as required under policy.
Okay. Any questions or discussion? And we would like a presentation, please. I can't predict when that will be the case, so thank you.
Hello, hi, my name's Saeed Ali. I'm here to talk about Sibley Park renaming, a discussion item. Some of the things that we'll be talking about is Sibley Park renaming background, a summary of engagement, and their staff recommendation for this park. Sorry. Okay. This is better? Sorry. Okay. Thank you. So we've been here a couple of times talking about the renaming of Sibley. Staff directed us to go back and translate the names and come up with one nomination, and that's why we're here today. But just to give you a little background of some of the work that we've done in the past couple of years of engaging the community about renaming a Sibley. This whole process started with students coming into the park board after learning who Henry Sibley was in the history class, and what violence that he committed against the Dakota indigenous community. At that time, there was no budget for the project, so we waited until we wanted to do the improvements, which started a couple of years ago. And in summer 2021, Park Board asked the community the park renaming process, and we engaged the community, and we did a couple of online surveys to garner if folks were interested in renaming the park. The survey resulted in favor of actually, the public came back and said, we definitely want to rename the park. In 2021, we did an open house, and then in 2022, we did an online survey. The community was definitely in favor in changing the name in honor of the Dakota vote on the Dakota people, and also in respect to their history. In that survey in 2021, we've asked a couple of questions, preferably in the name category. One was for the geography, the neighborhood, or the park feature. The other one was to tell a story of underrepresented story of the area, and the other was a tribute to a community member. As you can see here, there was almost a tie in the first two categories. Here are the names. Again, we spoke about this in the last two board meetings. I'm just kind of refreshing the board right now. But overall, there was a huge support in roughly about 70% in naming the park in honor of a Dakota name. Here, so these are the names that we brought up to the board the last board meeting. The board asked us to translate them, and here are the translations. And in this one, the number one name that came on the survey was Oshokpa, which is basin or bowl. But there was a huge support in Chantai Tizawian in all the engagements that we've done in the last year or so. So the staff is recommending Chantai Tizawian as a staff recommendation. I just want the board and the public to help me say this name out loud. It's not an easy name. It's if you guys want to repeat after me, Chante, Tiza, Wian, which means strong-hearted woman in Dakota. This is the name that the indigenous community, especially the Dakota community, said the park should be named after. And this is the staff recommendation for the park. And the main reason why staff is recommending this name is because it's been one of the most popular names since the community engagement process. Again, people love the name because of the meaning and what it stands for and the fact that it honors the Dakota community. The public also mentioned that that also it represents the history of the land. And we feel like as staff, it was very hard for us to go against the people that, the violence was committed against the Dakota indigenous community. It's hard for us to go against people that brought up this name and said, hey, we feel like the park should be named Chanta Tiza Wian, and that's staff recommendation, and I will leave that to the board. Oh yes, I have my apologies. There are a couple of steps. By the way, this is not the final step. We still have to do 2 public hearings. And then also the board has to still also vote on a proposed name, on a final name after this process. This is just a staff recommendation, and then at the end, there will be 2 public hearings, and there will be a vote by the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
I'm not on this committee. Did you want to allow committee members to speak first?
No, you put your light on first. District.
Yes.
And she's the district. Yeah.
Thank you, Co-Chair Benny. I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak since I'm not on this committee. As a district commissioner representing the district that Sibley Park resides in, I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at in this process. When I was told that the survey results were not going to reflect the name that was being presented by staff, I asked to see what people had sent in, and I have to agree that coming forward with Chante Tizanwia, Mian? I'm getting better. I've been practicing a lot. The arguments that people made for this name when they chose to respond, because the survey wasn't just, hey, pick a name. It was, pick something, and then tell us why you chose that name. And when you read the rationale that the people that chose to engage in this process gave for this name, it's very compelling. When you read the rationale for why people selected basin, the Dakota word for basin, oftentimes the response was, it just seems easier to say. And that's not as compelling to me as the name of this park right now is the name of a person that chose to try to remove the people that were here when they arrived from this land. And we are now asking that you replace that name with one that recognizes the damage that that person did and the perseverance of the people that survived to continue to exist in this place. So I'm pleased that we've come up with a name that really isn't just a name. It's telling a story. As President Forney likes to remind us, that when we talk about naming, we should be talking about placemaking. We should be talking about storytelling. We should be talking about what that name means. And this name really is telling a story. And it's doing so in a way that is uplifting and that is healing. And that's very appealing to me as well. I've received a couple of phone calls so far, themes of phone calls so far from my constituents and emails. And it's, the name is really hard. Or a park is a place for kids. And I don't want to talk to them about how people slaughtered each other. That's not a conversation I want to have. And when we were renaming Lake Calhoun to Bede Makaska, we often heard, this is too hard to say, People aren't going to learn it. No one's going to call this place this. And I think you'll find that most people are now calling that place Bde-Makaska, and they're saying it just like they would if they were saying Minnesota or Minnehaha or Minnetonka or Wayzata or any other place name that's drawing from an indigenous language. So I'm hopeful that while at first read, people might feel that it's very difficult to say and they're going to struggle with it, that they'll make the same effort that they did when we renamed Lake Calhoun to Bde-Makaska. And when I think about talking to people that are concerned about kids learning the story behind why this park is named this, I hope they can reflect on the fact that part of the reason we're here today, having this conversation, that we ever even got here, is because kids learned about this. They chose to learn about this. They were curious and they learned about it and they thought, why? Why is this still like this in today's day and age? And why can't we change it? And they came here and they asked us. They stood at that dais and they asked us. And they did it multiple times because it wasn't happening fast enough. So I am hopeful that we will proceed with this renaming process, and that as people are exposed to the name over and over again over the next couple of years, that they, or however long it takes us to get through it, that they feel more comfortable with learning a new phrase in Dakota. And then it becomes a name that they associate with this place positively. Thanks.
Thank you. My colleagues are not minding the bell this evening. There's a lot of going long, I've noticed. All right, well, I'll just keep that in mind for when you're all running committees and I'm speaking. Okay,
Point
Commissioner
of
Thompson.
information.
Oh, yes.
As the chair, it is fully within your purview to tell us to knock it off
Yes,
and wait for our...
that was my passive-aggressive way of doing that, okay? Okay, Commissioner Thompson.
We're behaving a little bit like a lot of my students. Just ignore the bell. I just wanted to add for a few pennies into the jar of thought on this. I love this name, and I'm glad that this is the one that was put forward. I will confess that I did not properly say Bde-Makaska until I became a parks commissioner, and it was repeatedly said to be. I was saying Bde-Makaska, and then I didn't realize that Bde meant lake, so I was really saying Lake Makaska. I mean, so here's the thing that I wanted to say. If you're not aware, I teach mostly new to country students who don't speak English. So every single day we have lessons, and it's not just that I need to learn Spanish, it's that I have Pashto and Farsi and Somali in my classroom, and we talk about language a lot, and how there's the same and how it's different. And of course, our math's the language. And so I'm so excited for this, and not just the story of why, but I would love if, as we move forward in different names, especially as we get into names that aren't maybe as familiar to Scandinavian tongues, I'll just say it that way, that we give the pronunciation guide as a joke, but it's true. My student who speaks Farsi, I said, I can't read your alphabet. So she translated into phonetics for me so that we could try to communicate, or the ones, because she speaks some English, for my students who speak zero English, right? Sometimes it's those little things that help bring everybody on board, and it does actually, whenever in my math class, I know I'm pontificating here, but like honestly, whenever I talk about language, it is probably the one time in the class that all ears are like really interested of how they connect with everybody else. And then, of course, I start talking algebra again, and nobody cares. But, so that's that, and I'm honoring the bell because you honor the bell in Ms. Thompson's classroom. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ali, could you bring up on the slide again, there was a slide with the criteria for renaming? Yeah, it was toward the beginning. No, I think it was. There.
Yep, here.
Weren't there some rules or something on one of the slides for?
Dates?
No. Well, that's all right. I guess I thought I saw a slide that had some of the, either the goals of renaming or whatever, and that one of the opportunities was, so, you know, I just want to comment that even though this isn't about a specific person, this does kind of honor people instead of maybe something else, like the other Dakota name being an object or something like that.
You're thinking of the survey results.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was one of the first surveys, because it was an iterative process. And here I am, I'm talking out of order.
No, I appreciate that.
Ms. Thompson's
There
going
we
to put
go.
me in
There
in-school
we go.
suspension.
Yeah, so I think this is ticking a lot of these boxes as far as I'm concerned too. And I think that the translation, I mean, B'nai Makaska is also just a name, like a proper name. I don't think it has meaning in the same way that this one does. So I hope that we can also talk about what the translation of this might be, because I think it's a cool park name in both Dakota and in English. So anyway, I just want to make those comments. Any other comments? Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, just, I did really appreciate the constituents earlier talking about naming after people. I think we settled on a good name here, and I think that should be in consideration for future renamings or new parks or whatever, potentially victims of, Sibley's cruelty, could be good. I think that's a good idea to, for people, but this is a great name too, so.
Okay, it looks like we're ready to take a vote on this resolution. All those in favor of Resolution 2023-171, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution passes. We want one more resolution to move forward.
I'll move Resolution 2023-174. Resolution accepting a public walkway easement across 5157 Laverne Avenue, originally granted by the City of Minneapolis under Resolution 85R-381, and incorporating that easement as a portion of Pearl Park for all administrative purposes.
Would the committee members like a presentation? Would we like to go right to questions or comments? Anybody have any questions or comments? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Co-Chair Benny. This is another thing in my district as a 5th District Park Commissioner. I wanted to share with my colleagues how valued this particular park connection is for the neighborhoods adjacent to Pearl Park. This portion of Pearl Park you can't really get to without this easement, without having to go all the way out to Diamond Lake Road and then coming all the way back. So it's a great connector for people. It really allows for greater access to this space, and I'm hopeful that that we will accept this easement. It was offered to us many, many years ago, and we did not accept it for some reason beyond anyone who's currently in the organization's knowledge. So I'm hopeful that we will move this out of committee and support it at the next board meeting so that people can have that peace of mind that we are not going to take away their trail down to Pearl Park. Thanks.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, with that, I'd like to take a vote. All those in favor of approving Resolution 2023-174, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh.
It's committee.
Okay. All those in favor of approving Resolution 2023-174, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. And with that, I'll adjourn the Planning Committee meeting.
I'm going to reconvene the full board. So we were in discussion about the racial equity study item, and I can't remember. I think we were at Commissioner Abene.
No, Commissioner Cribb was speaking.
Oh, you hadn't finished. That's right. I'm sorry.
You cut me off.
Very good. I did.
How wrong.
I know. Rude of
The
me.
audacity, man.
Yep.
It's over. I'm moving my seat.
You're good. You did want to say something?
Yeah.
Oh, please. Go for it.
All right. Thank you for coming back up here. I'll be brief. I just have maybe you might be able to email me this, but I'm curious about, you mentioned the front desk. I forget what you called it, but something about
Front desk
Yeah,
position.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm curious, is it a livable wage? Do these people work second jobs? I know you mentioned they get benefits and vacation days.
It's a part-time position, that is correct.
Okay.
And before, that position did not have any of those things. It's always been seen as kind of an entry-level position. And what we were trying to do was make sure that it was recognized as a true portal, that it is. There are people who had that job for years, and they did not have access to any of those things. So we changed the way it was thought of.
Okay, thank you. And then you were referencing our leadership, maybe kind of that mid-level management, being really good about helping people transition into their next ladder on the leadership rung.
That is my hope.
Okay, maybe that's what it was. It's your hope. That is my hope too, because again, what I hear is that it is the opposite, and that people are actually told that they cannot get into that role because, for whatever reason, right? These are all things that I'm hearing hearsay. I don't work internally, but these are trusted staff that are saying, like, it's really frustrating. They love the parks. They want to do more, but feel sort of capped at where they are. And so I think that as we are doing things like trying to attempt to be more intentional with racial equity, that we're more explicit in sharing the opportunities for growth for people, and that, I guess, at every level, so that we see a more diverse workforce. Because I know that it wasn't you, it was, I forget, there was an individual, a woman, and I'm really terrible with names, but she came and she spoke about the urban forestry program and the intentionality around drawing in more Somali staff and more Somali youth in particular. And so I think to be intentional and explicit and name that when we talk about people of color, to say, hey, if our staff only is at 1% people of color, that is not reflective of the community that we serve. So we have to be more intentional about seeking out those folks. And so naming it in a way that we have been for other groups of folks would be really my hope and my kind of input for a nugget of where we're going from a racial equity perspective.
Vice President Crudup, I would agree with you. What I'm pushing for, what I'm hoping for, what we have difficult conversations about is the actual visioning process. You can't be something you don't know exists. You can't go for something you don't know where that person is. You can't expand or build infrastructure around something you don't even believe is possible. And so part of this is educating and training our management into how to think about doing and seeing staff differently, and how it is not enough just to be grateful that they are here, but that they are here and that they are challenged.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay, I think, where was I at? Okay, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. Director Brooks, I'm sorry. I have just a couple quick questions, actually, and I really like that last thing you just said. And it's one thing I work in public sector organizations, and sometimes the recruitment's hard because people aren't there to be recruited because they don't know the thing exists. So does this human resources function at the park board do any of the things through Minneapolis Public Schools, reaching out in high schools and things like that for the career fairs and things like that? Is that on the radar?
It is not on our radar just because of the small staff that we have.
Yeah.
But generally the staff will ask us to either give talking points or they will take it upon themselves to go to that type of venue.
I think that's really great. The other thing you commented, and I just really appreciate this too, because I know sometimes organizations can get very kind of staid in the way they approach these things, and it sounds like this is dynamic in all the best ways when you're referencing best practices and all of that. It's very good to hear this presentation. I really appreciate it. You mentioned also that this is available on PB Intra, the demographic data, but I don't know that we have access to that. Is that something that maybe the commissioners could just see? Sure. Kind of a staff demographics data, I'm assuming, compared to the city of Minneapolis or something like that?
Yes.
Okay, I would really like to see that. And I just really appreciate this presentation and all of the work and these efforts to really do, this kind of thinking around HR in my experience just really is the best way to build the best staff. Oh, the other thing you said, something about how as the city changes, you want the staff to reflect the changes, but what if it's the best place to work and no one wants to leave? And then how do you change the staff demographics that way? But
all right, so this is going to be a controversial statement because
okay.
This is very unlike what most HR people will tell you. And this is what I will tell anyone, and this is my philosophy. And I say this for onboarding. There are good quittings and there are bad quittings. Mm-hmm. And I would rather have a quit and go than a quit and stay.
Interesting.
And so what we hope for here is every day that you are here, that you are challenged and that you are growing and that you like what you do. Just because you have been here for 20 years doesn't mean you've been doing the same job for 20 years any more than it means that you were the same professional you were 20 years ago. The field has changed, the needs have changed, the challenges have changed, and if we are going to continue to be competitive and cutting edge in the way we deliver services, then you got to change. There's nothing wrong with longevity. There is something wrong when you're doing something the same way for 20 years.
I hear you. Thank you.
Commissioner Alper.
Thank you, President Forney, and thank you for your presentation tonight. It reminded me that we have had a historic infusion of funds in Teen Teamworks, which means that we need to do a lot of recruitment for both youth and young adults for next summer and for staff leaders who are going to manage these different crews. And I just met last week with Senator Omar Fateh, and he's particularly interested in doing I don't know what to call it, a media blitz or some sort of road show in cooperation with Minneapolis Public Schools and different high schools. And I thought, well, my colleagues at South and Edison would be great to work with, and I'm sure staff as well. So I hope we can make that happen, because I know that he in particular is the author of some of the legislation behind that, is really excited about that. And I think there's opportunities there. Thank you.
You.
Yes, Vice President Kruta for a second time.
All right, last thing. If you don't know, if it's not on your radar, and I know y'all are small staff, but there is the People of Color Job Fair coming up that's happening at the Convention Center in October. So that may be a great place to at least flyer. If we have some street reach staff that could hit the Convention Center, hand out some flyers, it won't be the same as if you had like an actual recruiter there, but at least you can get the word out. So,
thank you, Vice President Kruta.
Not seeing any other lights. Thank you very much, Director Brooks. It was very engaging, and I loved the sage remark you made at the end there. It was beautiful. So we are on to participants and communications, and I will start with Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, just a couple of small things. I was in Nashville a couple weekends ago. Fun city, definitely. But there are some cities I go to and I come back and I say, we need to do what they're doing, blah, blah, blah. And there are some cities I come back, I'm like, thank God I live in Minneapolis. And, Nashville, wonderful. It's got like 4 blocks that are great. And then the rest of it is kind of a nightmare to walk around, and there's not a lot of green space. And, luckily they just got a new mayor who might be changing things, but just kind of wanted to mention that because sometimes I think I'm up here often and I'm saying that we need to be doing things better. around, certain things. But in this case, we are doing much better than this certain city. So, but, kind of about Nashville. So they, obviously have a very fun entertainment district, and there's a new entertainment district here in Minnesota, in Anoka, that y'all may have read about or seen about. And, I'm always kind of the, fun liquor guy, whatever. But it seems to be going very well, and it seems to be managed very well. And I think that's something that a lot of municipal governments are going to be looking towards in the future, and I think it's something that I think we should pay attention to, and perhaps while the Stone Arch is down, a pedestrianized West River Road or something, and open liquor, whatever, to bring people in while we lose that nice asset, something like that maybe. But I think it proves that you can do it in a nice, fun, safe way that's beneficial to the community. So, go to Anoka.
Not Nashville.
Is this going to pass?
Excuse me. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, President Forney. Briefly, I mentioned in another meeting that I accidentally signed up for all the Gov deliveries, which has just been incredible. But one really caught my eye yesterday. Apparently, on October 2nd, the Park Board has great confidence and has already announced that on October 2nd, there'll be a launch of the registration system, the revised or renewed registration system. This is very exciting. So I'll be looking forward to that. I'm thinking of dressing up extra nice that day. I don't think I have anything to do at the parks that day, but just, in my own life, just to celebrate this and maybe try to go on and sign up for something. So thank you to everybody that's been working on this, and I know it's going to be incredible. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
I'm still getting over the Nashville line, I'm sorry, and it's the best. I just wanted to take a moment, I know it's only gone through committee, but I just wanted to take a moment to thank not just our staff and Superintendent Bangora and Tom Evers of the Parks Foundation and the entire Parks Foundation, but also the neighbors, the constituents of District 2 about North Commons, the amount of people who have put, just hours and hours and hours and hours. Mr. Tate comes here every week, and I honor him for that tenacity. And there are also so many people in the neighborhood that do similar things week after week around that park. And it is a big deal. And I just wanted to, without getting polarizing, I do want to thank everybody who has been involved. And I hope that they know that staff and myself, I'll speak just for myself, but I have seen evidence in the staff, is how much they have worked to try to find a place where all the voices were really listened to. And so I appreciate my colleagues for listening to that tonight, and I hope to see that in 2 weeks. That being said, I have some students who, from Afghanistan, who have a book apparently that's coming out, but it's in St. Paul, the book event on Saturday, so, I'll still give a plug for them. If Anoka gets mentioned, then St. Paul Science Museum can be mentioned for my Afghan students. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
Pass.
Commissioner Alper.
Yes, I just have one quick comment. My kids started swim lessons at Phillips Aquatic Center on Monday, and I want to tell you all it was like a well-oiled machine. It was great. The classes were, all the ones I saw were full. We got phone calls. I received phone calls the week before classes started confirming that my kids were still going to be attending, and so I think that really is part of the success of the outcome thus far. And I just want to say everybody, the teachers, the instructors were great. The lifeguards were. Everybody knew exactly what they were doing and where they were supposed to be. So it was terrific. It's an asset, and I really appreciate it. Wanted to make sure you all know. And it's open on Sundays now. Anybody can go. See you at the pool.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, September 27th at 6 o'clock, we're going to have a community meeting around safety in the Commons. So, and I'm trying to get that out with the DMNA next Monday night as well. But it's going to be several condo association owners, Councilmember Rainville, Metro Transit, Park Police, and we're going to meet together for an hour or so discussion and then walk the park. And so I'm really excited to see what comes out of that initiative. And, just invite anyone that's interested to come. I don't have a location yet, but we'll know soon. And then the second thing I want to just say is thank you to all the volunteers in the system who I get to see up front doing their work day in and day out. And we had a special event honoring Steve the Mudman down at East Cedar Lake Beach. Recently, he has been tending and counting the children that go in the mud pit for 30 years. 30 years. He takes public transportation across town, almost 30, 40 minutes, and does this just about every day. And really a gentle soul. And then, of course, Will Stensrud, 7 years of raking the beach, cleaning it up. So thank you to all the volunteers for the hours and the years, because it makes a difference to our system.
Thank you. In the mud.
The kids are in there for 30 years?
No,
I know that one.
Yeah, the kids would play in the mud, and you and I could too.
No, I like to be dirty. I'll stand and watch y'all, but I'm not a dirty, cold kind of human. No, I'll cheer y'all on, and I'll run if you try to touch me.
Commissioner Mans.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't need to put my light on. A couple of staff thank yous. So we did do the Grand Rounds tour. Commissioner Benny, thank you for being there. President Forney, it was a great time. Sorry to those of you who were nixed from the list because, open meeting law, I invited all of you. So President Forney kindly informed me we can't do that. But thank you to Pamela for rectifying that. But I would encourage my colleagues to take the staff up on a tour if you're able to at a different time. It was really great to see on the ground what the Grand Rounds could be if we were to complete it. So the whole goal of the event was to sort of gain some momentum, put some electeds in front of our staff to explain to them what their role is, what their role could be. So we had, the mayor of St. Anthony, we had Councilmember Rainville, Councilmember Wand. I mean, we had some folks there who can hopefully help spearhead and continue some momentum after we expend the money we do have. I'd also like to thank Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. I got to attend the recent TAC meeting, which is the Fields TAC, and I was really impressed in the fact that the staff has been listening to the community, and Michael was able to put into a paper form sort of some loose goals, and I've really felt like it reflected what has been communicated at those meetings and also through other communication. And I think it's a really nice framework to work from for us to eventually bring to the board some goals and guidelines. So thanks. I really appreciate that. The new registration system is going to be great. And just thanking Heidi Miller, Jack Barsh, Josh King, Brittany Walsh. I run Samanje Sweet, who was a staff member at Botno, who got 3 extra hours because of the programming that myself and some other volunteers in the community run for baseball. And just everybody kind of coming together as a team effort. Sometimes, things happen and you have to move spaces. So our new park at Northeast, we haven't been able to open up the field because of glass in the field. And I think we're trying to hold the contractor accountable for making sure that it's safe. But it means things move around, and our staff is very responsive and really works to accommodate permit holders. And for those of you who don't know, sometimes permit holders pay extra so that staff, especially like Samanje, who might not get as many hours as he wants, gets 3 extra hours to be there and sit and, welcome community. Commissioner Thompson, those Afghan students were taught by my colleague, who I share a room with, Tara Kennedy, who is Green Card Voices. If some of you were at Green Central maybe a year or two ago, that was a big display there. So it's a book launch for specifically Afghani students. We had a very large influx of Afghani students over the past couple of years, and they're going to tell their story in this book. So I would highly encourage you to head to St. Paul for one of the only places you should go to St. Paul for, which is the Science Museum of Minnesota, and the Mississippi River National Park Recreation Area. And happy National Public Lands Day on Saturday.
Vice President Crudup.
Oh, the shade to St. Paul. I'm telling Melvin Carter. I'll be sure to tell him to look for you, twin. But no real major updates. I got to go over to the ribbon cutting for McRae, their new playground with their, goodness gracious, how embarrassing, their neighborhood organization. So that was really cool. What did I say? Did I say the wrong name?
It's Field Regina.
Thank you. Phil Regina, that's what it is. Yep, so that was really cool. And then last Sunday, I believe, my weeks run together. But I played in a golf tournament over at Worth, would be the change, which was really, really awesome. They had a great turnout. And yep, I'm the champion. My team won. So, Latricia Vital, her team won too, but I'm sure they cheated because she sucks at golf. And absolutely terrible, horrible. And I can say that because she's known me since before I was even born. So, and I would say that to her face. But her team won. There was a three-way tie for first. But it was such a great event. Made some really great connections with some folks in the for-profit world. Just such an amazing community event, and they celebrated and gave out some funds to some smaller nonprofits that serve community members across our city. So it was all for a great cause. And then I saw a couple park staff out there that also were invited to play. And then a huge shout out to Roxy and the team over at the clubhouse, because I did not bring my clubs because I also got dropped off, and so I didn't have anything but clothes, so I was grateful for those guys to give me some clubs on a loaner. And it was just a great experience. The customer service was excellent. The young people that were helping to get the carts out were fantastic. All around, just a great experience. And then I had a conversation, a call on Saturday morning with the folks from the Central Area neighborhood from Plant Grow Share. And a huge shout out to Rachel, who's been working with them over at the park with planning food and just a whole host of amazing things. And the staff over at the neighborhood organization just really wanted to highlight how amazing their experience has been with this particular staff person, which isn't always the kind of calls that I get. So I was holding my breath, but then I was pleasantly surprised when she was just like, when this individual was saying, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the staff. They've been extremely supportive of community, and they've had a diverse intergenerational group of folks growing food and learning how to grow food and preparing food in that space. So it is a really big deal, and I wanted to highlight that. And then I want to give a shout out to Schroeder for always answering random questions that I have about Market Square, or the most random complaints that I get that I'm like, Michael, what the heck is this? So thank you for always answering my questions. And when you see that random email, you also have to tell me the answer to that too. So thank you.
And you got a trophy for,
I did,
right? Yeah, pretty impressive. Well, as I've done before, I'm going to do it with strategic directions. And climate futures, I have to say that the BET passing our levy, to me, is a signal of our climate commitment. And I cannot compliment enough staff, everybody here, for the effort to get us across the line as far as the levy. Well, now what we need to do is to make sure that our concurrent ordinances, are accepted, and we do have some wonderful advocates at the City Council who hopefully will get that across the line. But as Superintendent Van Gore says, this is our legacy moment, gang, and I'm really proud, especially to Commissioner Abeni. Thank you so much for your efforts. And this is a fun one. I think most of you know that I do row on the Mississippi, and I have gotten more compliments of the mural that is slowly being put together below St. Mary's on the river. And to me, that is cultivating our community's place and honoring, our cultural tradition. I've heard from a lot of the people of the murals around town, and it really is placemaking. So I'm real proud of staff for putting that together. And then I should have mentioned this, I'm sorry, in outside boards and commissions, but I did attend the Blue Line meeting this past week, and I don't know if I'll be labeled a bitch, but numerous times I kept saying the fact that 4F needs to proceed municipal consent. I do believe that they finally heard me. We'll see. But regarding that, I just need you to know that as far as the, what do you call it, the flyover, the project staff definitely heard us. As Dan Soler, who is the project manager, whatever he is, anyway, indicated, he felt no love when he was here presenting their 4-story flyover. And so they have definitely heard what our staff has indicated, and that is that we will feel our way through this, and they will be open to constant conversation with us regarding it. So I'm very proud of the fact that we are moving forward with that. But the 4F thing to me is so important because I have seen the failure of other lines because 4F was after municipal consent, and we did lose big time. And I just want to encourage people, we got a new bit of language in our resolution this meeting and everything. Please don't be discouraged to try to say something. I'm not sure if anybody knows, but my last name is actually a French word, and it's actually pronounced Fournay. But here in the United States, it's Forney. So, you're never going to be wrong with it. So please just encourage you to, embrace it. And it is a storytelling moment for all of us. So on that, I will adjourn the meeting here at 8:42 and move to standards and conduct with Vice President Kruder.
All right, the time is 8:42, and I'd like to have Secretary Ringo call the roll.
Commissioner Schaefer. Here. Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Benny.
Here.
Vice Chair Musich.
Present.
Chair and Vice President Crudup.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the agenda, approval of the agenda?
I'd move the agenda for Wednesday, September 20th.
All right, awesome, thank you so much. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. All right, moving right along. Can I have someone make a motion for the approval of the minutes and state the date, please?
I will move the Standards and Conduct Committee minutes of July 5th, 2023.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, moving right along. It seems like we have one study report item. Can someone read the motion, please?
There's no motion to read.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a study, so we have a study item. We have a presentation from staff. I do know that, so let me get my life in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Vice President Crudup. Tonight we have for you a cannabis study item. I am not alone in the creation of this. I also want to thank Ann Walther, and she might be able to provide us additional resources during the night depending on the questions. I want to thank Pamela Gokemeyer. She's been helping track things through the legislature and keeping us abreast of happenings. And Frankie Johnson is here. She's been doing a lot of work to look at what other cities are doing. And then Chief Ohado, want to thank him for helping understand some of the nuances between what some different options might be. So let's just start with the state law overview. We're the 23rd state to legalize cannabis for individuals 21 and older, and that became effective on August 1st of this year. Most of the other states So of the 23, most of the other ones actually prohibit use of cannabis within public spaces directly in their primary laws, or they ban it through smoking within other laws. So there isn't a lot when we look across the country to see how others are interacting with their state laws around this, because we are one of the only ones who their primary state law leaves it up to the local jurisdiction. And so we are a local unit of government, and it would be per that state law, we can provide an ordinance with up to a petty misdemeanor to prohibit it within the public spaces that are under the park board's jurisdiction. There are a few areas within the existing law, and I will maybe state this right now, is understanding of this law continues to evolve. So I want us all to give ourselves a little bit of permission to recognize that not any one of us is going to know exactly where it is in this moment, because it does continue to evolve. We get more interpretations all the time. But the areas that are prohibited, that are related to us right now, are things related to public school and charter schools, so areas where we are interacting and supporting those types of programming within our system. And in locations where smoke, aerosol, or vapor of cannabis product can be inhaled by a minor. The law itself does not provide any criminal penalties. And it's important to also note that we are in a time right now where it's legal to use cannabis, but it actually isn't very easy to buy cannabis within the state of Minnesota legally. So you have to go out of state, you have to be growing it yourself, or you might be needing to go to a tribal dispensary. So it will not be until the first quarter of 2025 where we will see what it looks like to actually have people be legally buying cannabis within the state of Minnesota on a more available basis. So just to be keeping that in mind as well. So what is the question before the board? So currently it is lawful for the public to consume cannabis within the parks by smoking, vaping, edibles, or infused beverages. And the question before the board is, do you want to change that condition in any way? Do you want that condition to change in any way? We're going to do a little bit of background on maybe some key things that will help create some building blocks as you think about this. So one of them is the park board ordinances. You have the authority to create ordinances. That is in the charter. You have the authority to create ordinances. And those are ordinances that would be local. They are established specifically for the parks. And you have the ability to look at ordinance up to a petty misdemeanor or a misdemeanor. There are some ordinances you have that obviously don't have any type of penalty associated with them. We reviewed and edited one tonight in terms of the equity metrics for our neighborhood parks. So you do use ordinances in different ways, but they are also the aspects that create the law by which we do enforce within the park system. All licensed peace officers, including park patrol agents, can enforce ordinance violations. City of Minneapolis can also enforce our ordinances, and we can also enforce City of Minneapolis ordinances, but primarily we are enforcing our own ordinances within the park system. You might be hearing throughout some of what other cities are doing that there's this concept of administrative offenses, where instead of it going directly to the court to have basically a fee associated with it, you're able to intervene and be able to provide an administrative citation, administrative fine prior to it going to the courts. And you already have within your ordinances that authority, and we have used it in several cases, including off-leash dog violations as well as parking violations. So that is something you already have. Other cities, jurisdictions are working to figure out maybe how to create that right now. That's something that's already within your suite of tools. There's a lot of conversation about what exactly is a petty misdemeanor. There is a link here if you wanted to go to the Minnesota court rules, but there's probably a couple of things to know in particular about petty misdemeanor. One of these is that this is an offense that is punishable by a fine of not more than $300. There is not jail time associated with this, and it is not considered a crime. Okay, it does go on your record, but it is not considered a crime, and there is not jail time associated with it. I have one more. Other examples of petty misdemeanors that we have in the system is an off-leash dog violation or a parking violation, just to give you context on that. Administrative offense. This still requires an ordinance. It still requires like a petty misdemeanor level of penalty associated with it. The concept here is that we are able to, you would, through your fee structure, establish a fine that would be in place of it going directly to the courts. The individual then has the opportunity to pay that fine versus going through the courts. And if they successfully pay that fine, that does not go on their record. And I'll look and just make sure I got that all right. Yep. Because I am, so this is it. Like, this is, everybody knows that they can correct me if I've got something wrong on these pieces, especially when they get an opportunity to speak a little later. It is important to know that a failure to pay that administrative fine would lead you probably to the petty misdemeanor. It would go on your record. We also have an option where we can take a collections route. So there are things that escalate out of that. And as we talked about, you do have the authority to create administrative type ordinances. Know that we are not currently using this anywhere in the system right now. So we do not currently have structure associated with administering that fine, collecting those dollars. That type of thing would need to be recreated. We have stopped using it where we were for off-leash dog violations as well as parking violations. So what are other units of government? We're seeing some other units of government. Duluth is maybe one of the first ones we saw going with an ordinance with a petty misdemeanor. We are seeing consideration of ordinances with administrative offenses. I think St. Paul was on tap to look at that tonight in part, or that was actually on the smoking ban, wasn't it?
So they have.
But they moved it up.
They've moved it to the end of September, but currently the city of St. Paul does not have the authority to have an administrative citation option. And when they've asked for it, their charter commission has declined to let them have that authority. So right now, their only authority would be a petty misdemeanor.
Okay. So it's a tool you have that they don't have. What I should have really referenced St. Paul a little bit more on was this smoking and vaping. So some organizations are choosing, instead of making it be about cannabis, making it about smoking and vaping within their systems. And then we're also seeing in some counties that they are using policies, but in the cases where they're using policies, they actually have a public health ordinance already established that provides the ordinance level direction. Might be helpful to think about this in context of the two products that I think people try to draw parallels when they're trying to think about cannabis and how to maybe approach that from a governance standpoint. It's commonly, in some cases, thought of as alcohol, and in other cases, thought a little bit more as tobacco. So you do have direction as a board already established in both of these cases, and it's different between the two of them. So for alcohol, you have an ordinance. A violation of that ordinance is actually a misdemeanor crime. And it is enforceable by law enforcement, including park agents. You have also carved out the opportunity within that ordinance, the ability to create policy which allows alcohol to be served in specific locations. That's why you can go to a concessionaire and get alcohol. That's why you can go to an event and get alcohol, because you have carved out an opportunity in that ordinance to be able to allow for a policy direction for use of alcohol within the system. Tobacco, as a board, not this board, but a previous board, went the route of looking at tobacco from a policy perspective, right? And really established within that policy perspective that tobacco products in any shape or form were not allowed within the Minneapolis park system. Did not establish an ordinance, did not establish a penalty, and relies on staff and others in order to, not necessarily peace officers or park agents, but staff to enforce that throughout the system, basically saying, you know, by the way, you can't use a tobacco product, by the way, you can't use a tobacco product, and the signage to reflect that. In that case, if it escalates and continues to persist, it ends up getting into more of an ordinance conversation around disorderly conduct. Right? That is where you end up in a situation where you can actually get peace officers or park agents engaged, is when you actually get to that level of it being disorderly conduct. And it's important to note at that level, it's a misdemeanor crime. Right, so if you get beyond the, hey, can you stop doing that, to it actually being disorderly conduct, that citation, that situation puts you in a misdemeanor crime area. Okay, so that's some background information. Staff and legal counsel, we wanted to put some options in front of you just to get you thinking about maybe some different mechanisms you might choose. And there's probably hundreds of ways you could combine all of these things. So I don't want to say that these are the only 5, but these are the 5 that might give you some of the most differentiation or be able to provide some resistance against it. And really the question goes back to, you know, the current condition is it's legal. If you're 21 or older and you're not impacting, you know, minors aren't able to inhale, and you're not in some of those spaces where the school systems or some of, you know, as long as we're not hitting all of those things, it's legal within the system. All the way to, do you want this to be something that you don't see happening in the system at all? And so thinking about, as commissioners, what is the condition you want to create within the park system, and what tools do you want to use to create that condition? Okay, it's important to be thinking about. So the first one is take no action. And the second one is adopt a policy, and we'll go through each of these in more detail. You can adopt a petty misdemeanor ordinance with the ability to create exceptions, designated areas for use by policy. It's kind of like the alcohol version. Adopt a petty misdemeanor ordinance. Adopt a petty misdemeanor ordinance with an administrative penalty, or that administrative offense. So let's talk those through. Take no action. If you take no action, we would be simply focusing on the existing state law that considers impacts on minors and impacts related to school facilities. That would be our focus area. We will say that the definition of exactly what those spaces are in our system is not super clear. Certainly athletic fields is pretty clear, certainly playgrounds is pretty clear, but does it include the band shell at a concert? Does it include, what spaces exactly does that include, is something that we would have to be working out. But that would be essentially, you all take no action, but we continue to try to figure out how to implement the state law. Adopt a policy. This does establish expectation of not using cannabis in the parks. It relies on the community and staff to enforce. And if it escalates to disorderly conduct, it becomes a misdemeanor level offense. Adopt a penalty, or adopt a petty misdemeanor ordinance with the ability to create designated areas for use by policy. Again, this is more of that alcohol approach, right? Alcohol is, it's basically banned in the system except in the areas that we designate. So this establishes expectations of not using cannabis in the parks except in designated areas. The policy portion of that would be enforceable by staff, and the ordinance portion of that would be enforceable by peace officers and park patrol agents. The maximum penalty that you could apply to that would be a petty misdemeanor, but it does provide opportunities for permitted use areas, so areas that you carve out where individuals could use, specifically probably smoking and vaping within the system. Adopt a petty misdemeanor ordinance. Some similar pieces. You can establish the expectation of not using cannabis in the parks. is enforceable by peace officers and park patrol agents, and the maximum penalty there is, of course, a petty misdemeanor. That fifth option introduces that administrative penalty into it. So again, you have the benefit of establishing an expectation, if that's what you want to do, of not using cannabis in the parks. You have a situation where it's enforceable by peace officers and park patrol agents. So it's an administrative fine, so there is an opportunity to get into the flow of it before it goes to the courts. Unpaid fines would be referred to the court as a petty misdemeanor, or could advance to collections. And this one, what we talked about, there's no infrastructure that currently exists to manage that program, so we would have to recreate that infrastructure. That would probably take into early 2024, I'm guessing, in order to put that into place. All right, so there are your options. Options slide, this is where if there are corrections that need to be made, I'm not seeing folks needing to correct me on anything, so that's good. So we can open it up to the questions you might have. At the end of the day, we would love feedback. And I would say an ordinance is not a light endeavor. An ordinance requires going to committee, 2 readings, a public hearing, and a final vote. And so if you want an ordinance, we'd want a real clear signal from you that you want that and that you'd be supporting it.
All right. Commissioner Music.
Thank you, Chair Crudup. I couldn't remember if it was a co-chair, and of course it's not, because I'm vice chair. So the way this has been presented to us really feels more like a solution in search of a problem versus an examination of what's occurring in the parks now and whether or not we need to respond to it. So do we have any information about whether or not this is a problem in the parks right now? I've yet to encounter anyone consuming cannabis openly in the parks since it became legal. I have not received any complaints of any kind. I spoke to about 250 people on National Night Out about how they feel about this and whether or not they want us to be taking action. And roundly, the response was, we just decriminalized this. Why are you even thinking about doing anything at all if there aren't people causing problems? So could you help put in context for us what the landscape is like in the park system around cannabis use?
Certainly. Chair Crudup and Commissioner Musich, I don't know that we have detailed information. It's mostly anecdotal at this point. We do see that there's use in areas where there'd already been use. So we'd already seen some use in parking lots. We'd already seen some use at beaches. Maybe the newest use I've heard of is at some of our concert series. There seems to be some increased use there, but we would have to give you, we'd have to spend a little bit more time laying that out. We do think, to be fair, that there's likely a point right now where we could give you a sense of what's happening, but probably after the first quarter of 2025, when there are more dispensaries open, that might be another point where the board would want to consider what is or isn't happening in the system.
Okay, so do we have an intake tool or methodology that allows us to start capturing some of the data we would need to understand whether or not this is something that rises to a level that requires us to respond to the issue? Because I know with tobacco, we waited many decades before we decided now's the time for us to tell people you can't be doing this, because they're not respecting the community desire to not see it happening. And I would like to see us get to a point where we understand what the need is before we start making policy decisions around this particular issue. Thanks.
Commissioner Olson.
My question would actually be for Chief Ohado. if we were to adopt a petty misdemeanor ordinancing, is it something that you think could be efficiently enforced? And if so, is it something that you think would be kind of rise to import within our office?
Commissioner Olson, I think that that's a fair question. It's a question that we've actually had discussions around. So, I mean, frankly, consumption of cannabis, marijuana was a petty misdemeanor offense up until August 1st, and it was not something that we cited for frequently. But when we did receive complaints because somebody was using it in close proximity to playgrounds or recreation facilities or children, that petty misdemeanor crime or petty misdemeanor statute did allow officers to intervene and investigate. Even though we didn't write, scores of tickets for that offense, it gave us legal authority to intervene and make a course correction. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Do we, right now with tobacco, do we get complaints about that officers have to respond to, or where they have to intervene and ask people to cease?
So Commissioner Olson, again, the tobacco rule is a public policy, not an ordinance violation. There are no criminal penalties. So we really rely on staff to be the first line of defense, the first point of conduct or contact when those complaints come forward. So, for example, if someone was smoking a cigar next to a playground and a parent didn't want their child to inhale that smoke, hopefully that would get reported to a staff person at a rec center or outdoor supervisor. They would go over, they would have a conversation with the person, and the problem would be resolved. I cannot think of a recent incident where it has risen to the scope of a police intervention.
Yeah. Okay, and so that's, I think to as a Vice Chair Musich's point, yeah, I think at this point, I'm not really seeing where the issue is right now. I would kind of, at this point, lean towards take no action and kind of collect data and see if it becomes a large issue, whatnot. And then I would say, if we find that it is something that where our constituents are really having trouble with, I mean, as was just mentioned with the tobacco scenario, I mean, that seems to work, right? Public, what's the word? Public pressure, peer pressure, sense of decency of not smoking in certain areas or in a disruptive manner, I think works for something like this. And I think that's something that would be effective. And so I really would not want to do 3, 4, or 5. I would be completely opposed to that, especially at this juncture. And even later, if it were proven to be a problem, I think, something similar, just adding tobacco and marijuana smoke and vapor to our rule or whatever is what I would do. But even then, I don't want to do that at this point. Cool. Thanks.
Commissioner Benny.
Thank you, I guess Chair Crudup in this context. So for the existing tobacco policy, is it all forms of tobacco or just the smoked form of tobacco?
Vice President Crudup and Commissioner Benny, it's all forms of taco.
I love tacos.
What? I might be getting hungry.
Take it back.
Tobacco.
Okay, so I actually kind of disagree with that personally. Like, I think that, it makes clear sense to me to have policies against smoking something because it goes beyond the person and onto somebody else. But whether or not somebody wants to use other forms of tobacco in a public place. So what I would say is that, that there's different forms of cannabis. That's one thing. The other thing is, I would say that if word gets out that the park board doesn't have a rule on cannabis, they'll be like, well, I can smoke it here. And then the people that want to smoke cigarettes would be like, wait a minute, why do they get to smoke, but I don't get to smoke my Parliaments, right? So, my mom's brand. Okay, anyway, I would just think that adopting a policy proactively actually would be a smart idea and a fair, an equitable thing to do, because we are telling smokers, nope, don't bring your cigarettes here, but we wouldn't be telling the same to the weed tokers. But bring edibles, I don't care. That's what I would say.
President Forney.
Thank you, Vice President Crudup. I'm not on this committee, so thank you for letting me speak. I think everybody's covered everything in the sense of, first of all, I just don't think it's pragmatic for us to be able to looking at 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I just think let's just take those off the whatever. I appreciate that the no action actually means that what is it related to school facilities, and anyway that covers a lot of what we're about. Okay, where kids are. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure. But I would agree the policy seems to be more where we're going to align, with our present tobacco or taco or whatever it is. Anyway, what's interesting to me is I've been reading and talking to a lot of people in other states that it's already been enacted. And the majority of people I've talked to say they haven't sensed it, being an issue. So without a misdemeanor, without, any of the other, so I really feel there's going to be a cultural change, because cannabis is going to be available in more products, different types of things than it has been before. And I really think that there's going to be a real change to this. And I would like to watch, is really what I'd like to do. And knowing that we've got something that's already embedded in the law. And I guess the whole point is what the state legislature was doing was trying to decriminalize. And so I don't want us to do the reverse. So.
President Forney, I do feel compelled to underscore something that was in Deputy Superintendent Ringgold's presentation, but hasn't caught much attention or traction. And that is, these prohibited acts within the law that was passed have no criminal penalties. So unlike alcohol, where there are corresponding laws that say you cannot consume alcohol under the age of 21, you cannot possess alcohol under the age of 21, there is no corresponding criminal penalty associated with the law that was passed. So even though it says you can't consume cannabis under 21, or that you can't consume cannabis at a school, or that you can't consume cannabis in close proximity to a child, there is no criminal penalty as part of that law. So it's words on a page that we have no mechanism to enforce.
Thank you for those insights, really.
Commissioner Schaefer.
When this was all going down around June, I sent out an email, and some of you may be on my mailing list, but I overwhelmingly heard from my constituents that they would prefer an ordinance versus a rule. Because we do have pockets in my district that are areas where people hang out, teenagers, whatever, in areas of beaches, et cetera, where children are. And I don't feel like it's fair to put that enforcement on me as a commissioner to get all those emails and not have a way to deal with it. Number two, put it on park board staff, to have to, okay, they're smoking pot over there, it's a rule, I got to go to tell them to put it out, or our lifeguards that are already trying to do their job. So I don't see this as really a punitive, aggressive kind of ordinance. I see this as a way to protect if we need it. So that me as, myself as a commissioner, if I'm getting a lot of complaints about a certain area, I know I can reach out to Chief Ohado, and someone in a uniform or a park patrol agent can come and just talk to the teenagers and explain what the the ordinance is, and maybe they don't give a citation, maybe they do, maybe there's some flexibility there. But I think we need to, if we take our role seriously in health and wellness and promoting activities for youth that are engaging and inspiring, I think we need to lead and not watch. I think we need to really wrestle with this and take in all this good information that we've heard and that staff have collected and decide, what do we want to do? Because I think it's an opportunity for us to lead in the city. And I'm not afraid to take that step. And with the idea that we're going to have this whole process where maybe it hits a log jam and we have to stop. But if we don't explore it and just say, now we're going to kick back and watch, see what everybody else does, to me, that's not leadership. And that's not the way that I operate as an elected official. I'm going to speak what I feel like I've heard from my constituents. And not everybody's going to agree with me. I understand that. But that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. Really quick, what's a log jam?
It's an old, like when, they used to cut, this is a very old, but when they would cut trees, I think my grandmother used it. They'd cut trees down and they'd come down the river. Instead of being on a truck or something, they'd get, a log jam. They get stuck in the bend of the river.
All right. That makes sense. I've never cut a tree before. Moving right along. Thanks, Schaefer. Commissioner Musich. It was you, I believe, and then Thompson.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to this for a second time. Chief Ohado, could you help me understand how enforcement of the state law as it currently is written is different than the policy we have around not smoking in the parks? Because we have a policy that says people can't smoke in the parks. So officers can go and talk to them and say, hey, we don't allow this in the parks, please stop. Under the state law, it says you can't do this. There's no penalties associated with it, which seems very similar to me of what our policy says. So under the current law, couldn't our officers tell people you can't be smoking on the beach, in this building, next to a playground, on an athletic field, et cetera?
Commissioner Musich, I'm not sure I would feel comfortable putting officers in that sort of position or jeopardy. So the authority for the board to pass rules, and then what happens if somebody defies those rules, is rooted in ordinance. It's PB 1-4, additional rules authorized. And so there is, through that ordinance, a clear process and set of steps that happen. If somebody refuses an ejection order that's lawfully given because of a rule violation, it says in that ordinance that they're subject to arrest for disorderly conduct. There's no such equivalent through this state law.
Okay, and I assume that we have given this feedback to the state legislature or the representatives of Minneapolis that are part of the state legislature to let them know that they've passed a law that really has no ability to be enforced by law enforcement officers.
Commissioner Musich, two things. One, I just want to say the policy that the park board has is that you can't smoke tobacco.
Yeah, I get that, yes.
So it can't be, currently as it's written, it cannot be enforced even as a policy for cannabis smoking.
And I understand that. I'm just trying to understand.
And I think that the legislature has been getting a lot of feedback from municipalities about what are we supposed to do with this law that you threw in our laps. What they're going to do, I don't know. Brian thinks that they will take it up at least at some point next legislative session, and maybe I would defer to Pamela.
Yeah, I think. Pamela, no one's on TV is going to be able to hear you if you're not at the mic.
President Forney, Vice President Crudup, who else is?
Chair Crudup.
Chair Crudup.
Commissioner Musich.
Only
Vice Chair, because I'm Vice Chair on this committee, or whatever you want.
So we did speak with some of the bill authors when it was at the legislature, and we're requesting, trying to get an exception for parks in there. And they just were not, at the time, interested in making such amendments to it as it was going through the process. I think we're not alone in being concerned about or curious about how this is going to play out, because as it was written, it seemed to say that you couldn't smoke it in public, and I think a lot of people were surprised when the Senate authors said that that was not the case, and that local units of government would have to pass ordinances for it to not be allowed in public spaces. And as Ann was saying, it's not just this, there's a lot of things that, and Secretary Ringgold, Deputy Superintendent Ringgold said, every week there's some new surprise in this law, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have to go back and tweak some of this. And again, we don't even know what's going to happen. The Office of Cannabis hasn't been set up. I mean, there are a lot of unknowns around it.
Okay, so the question I had asked was whether or not we've communicated to the people that represent us at the state legislature, the city of Minneapolis, whether or not they're working on ways for local law enforcement to be able to enforce the portions of the law that they put in place that prevent the consumption of cannabis in areas where there are children. Have we given that direct feedback? Because what I'm hearing from Chief Ojado is that we don't feel that we can have our officers enforce the law as currently written because there's no way to do it in a way that people feel that they're going to be supported.
Commissioner Musich, that is actually a discussion that we've had with Council Rice. I think what Council Rice would say, and Council Walter can help me out here, is that that might be something that goes on your legislative agenda if that's what the board desires to have happen.
Okay. So no, we haven't, because we as a board would need to take action in that regard. Got it. Everyone's just looking at me. It's late, I get it. I've taken that note. I'm not sure where all my colleagues are at, but I am strongly opposed to us putting in place any sort of fine-related ordinance, administrative fine, et cetera, related to this. I probably could be convinced that we could put a policy in place similar to tobacco. I did help author that and steward its adoption. But I have a lot of reservations about us persecuting people for consuming cannabis. There's a reason that the legislature changed the rules about this, changed the law, and they're allowing people to consume, and it's in large part driven because of who was being punished before. And I don't want to perpetuate that, all of those problems that they were trying to solve with this law change.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair Crudup, not on the committee. I understand what a lot of people are saying, and it brought up a specific question for me, and Chief Ojado maybe can illuminate this for me, and I apologize if I missed half the presentation. What kind of law, charge, power, whatever, is behind the general disturbing the peace, if I'm saying that? Like, what is that? What is the threshold for that consideration, and what is the typical charging power behind that? Like, what would someone, if I went out and was unruly right now after, right outside on our park property, right? What could I be charged with? What's the threshold, and what kind of penalty would I be looking at?
Commissioner Thompson, it's hard for me to answer a hypothetical question. We've got an ordinance that outlines disorderly conduct and prohibited conduct. There's a state statute as well. There's also a Minneapolis city ordinance. Each have their own nuances. I think generally disorderly conduct constitutes fighting words or actually fighting or brawling. It would not cover, I mean, you can be disruptive in public space. I mean, you have a certain level of protected free speech. And so we really try to hone in for disorderly conduct on how does that actually impact the people that are around you, whether or not they're claiming that they're offended and the basis of why they're offended.
Thank you.
Typically, it's fighting words or brawling.
And I think for me as a person and as a mother and as a teacher, I think that to me, that's the threshold that perhaps Commissioner Schaefer is speaking of when you're dealing with intoxicated persons at a park. Sometimes, we all know, I mean, my players call it beer league. We all know people sneak stuff in, but as long as they don't reach some sort of combative state, most people are willing to leave it alone. And I'm gonna guess that I think that's the spirit of what we're talking about as it relates to smoke, like tobacco. I would completely support a policy. As it pertains to all of it, I would love language that makes it easier for lifeguards to say, hey, there's no smoking on the beach or no drinking, whatever, when people do become combative toward them, combative toward children. I can't tell you how many times I've heard people at beaches be like, I'm not hurting anyone, when there are literally like toddlers next to them and they have their open containers and the lifeguards feel powerless at a crowded beach. Those are the kind of scenarios that I would like to support staff and just the community from having a more even keel playing space, because children's voices are always lost, and we are increasingly making our city more and more difficult for children through things. So I completely support Commissioner Musage's, I think it needs to be decriminalized for a reason, and maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I get the sentiment of what are we actually talking about here? It's that kind of behavior that comes out of potentially this. At least that's what it is for me. So I would support whatever it is that gives our officers or our lifeguards or our staff space to feel like, hey, you are not allowed to do this in the parks. So I don't know what that looks like, but that's my pennies in the jar of conversation.
Commissioner Alper.
Thanks for recognizing me. I'm not on this committee. Appreciate the opportunity. Listen, thank you. I think tonight, based on everything that we've heard, that it's premature to take action. I find it really, hearing about all the kinks that are getting worked out, that there's so many unknowns. I think more is going to come. By all means, let's ask that question about enforcement of the law as written around children and put it on let's get it on the legislative agenda. I think that feels like an action step to me. But regarding taking action by, say, doing number 2, I think we need to tread really carefully because of the potential for unintended consequences. When I think about us even adopting a policy, it makes me think about public nuisance laws, and there's a reason we, have like spitting, right? Gotten rid of that one because I don't remember what the consequence for that was, but let's say it was a petty misdemeanor and that gets on your record, and then it impacts you, at a job interview, and then you can't get a job, and then, just think about that and how it perpetuated past harms. I also think the legislature purposefully, our Minneapolis delegation, decriminalized it. And so I don't want to take any action that would even have the perception of criminalizing it. We rely on them heavily for funding, and I want to support them. I want to be a good partner. So I'd rather we give them our feedback and wait and see what comes. And I believe, from a personal level, totally like to breathe clean air, totally. And I think that we can lead, if I may use your phrase, the crawl, walk, run by crawling at this time. I really see that being the way to lead.
Thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
I had a question for Chief Ohato. Is there any application that we have around alcohol citations moving to the trespassing, you know, a certain number of citations within a park in a certain number of days? Is there any application for greater enforcement of a rule that's maybe, I'm grasping at straws here, but I know that's one angle we have taken that has helped.
So Commissioner Schaefer, the superintendent, has authorized a trespass policy that allows our officers to issue a trespass notice for chronic offenders who are arrested 3 times at the same park within 60 days. That would not apply to a rule violation because it's not an arrest.
Yeah.
And it certainly wouldn't apply now to lawful consumption of cannabis.
Yeah. Thank you for, there's a reason I didn't go into law enforcement. And I guess that the only thing I would say is we do need to be sensitive to our, what our legislative leaders have done and recognize that it is state law and we follow state law. At the same time, I think we're also representatives of the people. And if I have heard that, you know, I don't want to be running and I have to smell cannabis when I'm running through my regional parks, I think we have to just take that into consideration and know that we're going to try to wrestle this through. That's all.
Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, I mean, so I would just, counterpoint to that from my constituents and from my demographic or my age group and generation, it's just not an issue. And folks, most of my friends consume cannabis and marijuana, and so it's just, there's a kind of a generational thing going here, and I just really think it's not, for folks who responded to my Twitter poll, 600 folks, and for folks I think I kind of represent, it's just leading on this issue would be to not take a kind of regressive action that we're seeing some other cities take. So, very big, diverse city, obviously. So, just wanted to put that in there.
Thanks. Commissioner Benny.
Sorry for a second time here, but it just makes me think, though, that comment from my esteemed colleague, isn't it really just about secondhand smoke? I mean, I think that's the only complaint. I don't really get it. I really don't. I mean, I'm old enough to be your mother, but I don't care. I don't care about that. But I think that there are enough people. I mean, with that argument, then we should reintroduce tobacco smoking in the parks. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the same argument. So to me, the whole issue is around secondhand smoke. You can't, unless you want to come in a spacesuit and smoke inside your spacesuit, you can't contain that activity in your own space. It moves beyond. And so that, to me, is such a simple issue. Tobacco smoking and cannabis smoking are the issue that could be addressed. The tobacco policy has been successful. I don't see a lot of people smoking cigarettes. To me, that just seems pretty straightforward. It's not criminal. It's just a kind of, we're a lot of people in an area respectful approach. So,
thank you, Commissioner Mins.
Thank you. I'm wondering if just even in the simple solution of more signage and holding just personal accountability of just be a good neighbor. And I think that I don't know if we can explore that a little bit like that. But at the same time, at Jackson Square Park, which is right next to Edison, we had some young people who basically claimed the bathroom space as their pot smoking place. And I don't know, the park police, worked with us to try and figure that out, but I don't know if I don't want those kids arrested. But maybe there's like a response, maybe we have responses for certain areas that are, youth-centered or family-centered, because the families couldn't go in the bathroom then. That maybe there's like a programming, like we need more people in that place to say, hey, this isn't the place for this. I don't know.
All right.
Do you have comments?
Jason, did you want to respond?
Commissioner Menz, I would just say that if there's a desire to have signage, that needs to be rooted in some sort of rule. We can't arbitrarily put up signs without the authority of the board adopting a public rule that authorizes those signs. And your example of the misuse of the restroom, the Minnesota Clean Indoor Act prohibits smoking, I think, of tobacco and cannabis in those spaces, so that would be a rule violation, and those kids could be removed from that bathroom space.
Awesome, thank you. Well, here's my 2 pennies. 2 things. The secondhand smoke situation, if you've been watching national studies, there's not enough research to prove that the effects of marijuana and secondhand smoke what the effects are long-term on children. I've been following this because I have small humans who are entering into teenhood and may hang out with friends who maybe choose to do things that they are not allowed to do. But certainly we want to refrain from judging other folks, but know our limits for our families, and I think that it is important. I think the other thing is that, yes, it has been decriminalized because it has overwhelmingly affected Black and brown folks. You have lots of potential future doctors, lawyers, police officers, teachers that maybe made a bad choice when they were younger or hung out with the wrong crowd that subsequently were put in the criminal justice system and lost a whole chunk of their life to now what is a legal substance in 23 other states, or 23 states including here. I am a fan of not taking action at this point tonight, but maybe considering what that looks like. A simple like, hey, you can't smoke marijuana or cannabis in a park. I've been to a lot of parks. I've been to a lot of concerts. What I do see a lot of smoking of is methamphetamines and fentanyl. And that would be where I would want to put our energy, because when I have to walk into a bathroom, specifically on Lake and Hiawatha, and somebody has been getting high in there, that is a repulsive smell. And that concerns me right now more than the marijuana, just based on the accessibility for actually purchasing it here in the city. I think you can go, is it Shakopee, on one of the reservations where maybe folks would have to drive to buy legal marijuana in the state. So I think that I am for the board collectively thinking about what we do and not placing the undue burden on the 5 park patrol officers that we have. I'm being dramatic for the fact that there are way more important things that they can be out addressing. And I think that they're great and have the ability to connect with community in a different way. So I think that some of the combative nature sometimes isn't always there, but in the cases where it may be unnecessary for someone to be like, hey, you need to leave, and then it turns into a whole nother situation that escalates and snowballs someplace else. So I'm for us all thinking about what this means and the implication not only on the right now generation, but future generations of people in our communities. But I did love Commissioner Benny's idea of smoking in a spacesuit, because I feel like we can have designated areas where people could come in and smoke and we can charge them. So maybe some revenue generation there. It's federally unregulated dollars, but so that's my 2 cents. So hearing no further discussion about this this spacesuit, I'm going to move to adjourn the Standards and Conduct Committee.
Thank you. Okay, once more into the breach. The time being 9:39 in the post-meridian, I would like to call the Administration and Finance Committee to order. The Secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Menz.
Still here.
Vice President Crudup. Here. Co-Chair Schaefer.
Here.
Co-Chair Thompson.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Would someone like to move the agenda?
I will move.
move the agenda from Wednesday, September 20th, 2023.
Thank you so much. All those in favor of the agenda, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Would someone like to move the minutes?
I'd like to move the Admin and Finance Committee meeting minutes of September 6, 2023.
Thank you so much. All those in favor of adding our minutes to the record, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We've got some wonderful action items tonight. Would anyone like to?
I'll move it. 2023, Resolution 2023-165, resolution approving a 5-year maintenance and use agreement with Augsburg University for Murphy Square.
Don't need a second.
Would anyone like to see a presentation on this remarkable thing? We're all good. Okay. Thank you, Augsburg. All those in favor of doing this? Oh, sorry. I apologize. Commissioner Alper.
Thanks. I know I'm not on this committee.
I got excited.
I really appreciate the opportunity. I just want to say I'm excited that this is being put in place, and I would like to give kudos to Dan for working on it. And I think this is an awesome, just so you know, Murphy Square, oldest park in the city, and it's pretty much completely surrounded by Augsburg, and so I'm really happy to see this partnership.
I agree. In fact, it was when I was an Augsburg student getting my master's that I was like, oh, this is a park board property? So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Would someone like to move the next resolution while I fix my chair?
I can read that one. Resolution 2023-170. I'm sorry, I would like to move Resolution 2023-170, resolution approving lease agreement with Nicholas Henderson, Vivian Obie, Charles Sullivan, and Angelina Gomez, leasing residential space at 2230 Marshall Street Northeast, located within Above the Falls Regional Park for a 1-year term, commencing October 15th, 2023, at the rate of $2,960 per month gross, including utilities and taxes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions about this, and would you like a presentation? Seeing no lights, I will take this for a vote. Is that all in favor of Resolution 2023-170, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing no noes, that motion carries. We also have a
There's
city
one more.
item. Last resolution, action item.
I will move Resolution 2023-173. It's a resolution amending the 2023 Capital Improvement Program to allocate a portion of the additional funds received from the state of Minnesota as a result of the 2023 legislative session as follows. $490,000 in lottery in lieu O&M to the Lake Harriet Bandshell area within the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park, $400,000 in general fund O&M to Plank Road rehabilitation within Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park, $138,000 in general fund O&M to rehabilitation of picnic structures at Boom Island Park within Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park, and $1 million in general fund O&M to rehabilitation of walls and stairways within Minnehaha Regional Park.
Thank you. This is a fun one. See, Commissioner Menz has his light on. We don't need a presentation, but Commissioner Menz, yes.
Yeah, I guess I do want to know like a little bit more around how these projects are chosen. And maybe that's not the time for this, but.
Director Arvidsson, I believe, would you like to answer that for Commissioner
I mean, I'm
Menz?
sure it comes from the CIP in some way, after these funds are not expended.
You might. Chair Thompson, Commissioner Menz, I might ask for an assist from Secretary or Deputy Superintendent Ringgold on this, but in general, I just want to note that this is a continuation of some of the discussions that have been brought forward to you regarding the expenditure of the additional state money. I'm going to crib a couple of slides here from a previous presentation, just to note that when Deputy Ringgold presented previously on July 19th, there were a couple of slides here with these lists of additional funding. And what we're talking about today is two of those line items. This one here, the general fund O&M, which is listed here as 2024, but has already been received by the park board, so it's effectively 2023 money. And then this money here, which is the 2023 lottery in lieu increase. And the previous presentation that I won't show the rest of, and then the deputy can answer additional questions. Many of these projects were outlined within that previous presentation and discussed with this board. So that's mainly how those decisions are being made. This particular tranche of funding is coming to you early outside of the CIP that you will see soon in order to get these projects moving quickly during this calendar year, because the money is available and we wouldn't have to otherwise wait. Anything to add?
Sorry, Chair Thompson, Commissioner Menz, Director Arvidsson. The only thing that's different on this list than what the commissioners would have seen previously is the allocation to Minnehaha Park. So in the previous list that you had, you would have seen that that money was recommended by staff to go to the restrooms at Lake Harriet Bandshell. There's been more discussion amongst commissioners in that area as well as staff, and have determined that that is a need that can wait at this time. And so instead, the recommendation at this point coming up from staff is that that move toward Minnehaha to help with the wall and the stairway work that's going on there. But the origin of all of these items are from staff across the organization, so asset management, environmental management, planning staff, recreation, and are consistent, aside from that edit, with what you received earlier this year.
Thank you.
Co-Chair Schaefer.
Yeah, I just want to point out that, it says Plank Road. It's really the Plank sidewalk that's behind the Mill City Museum. Basically, it's a plywood, very dangerous, inaccessible for many people with mobility issues right now. So I am thrilled to see all of these coming forward, and I'm happy that, there's been a lot of investment at Lake Harriet, I think, as of recently, and I think I really appreciate the spirit of, looking at the whole system that we have. I think that speaks well to my colleagues, and I'm excited to support these projects. These ongoing funds, I know we're going to most of these are one time, but I'm excited to, maybe rediscuss the ongoing funds as we look to 2024 for some of these categories. But I'm thrilled with what staff has put together for this resolution.
Thank you. I will just add, I'm personally thrilled to be able to see the money to Minnehaha Falls Park. It's just, as a kid who grew up going there literally at least once a week, it's like the idea that we're going to actually fix some of those things is incredible and give it some TLC. Okay, all those in favor of resolution, sorry, Director Arvidsson. I apologize.
Chair Thompson and Commissioners, I just want to note really quickly that the rest of the funding that was discussed with you will come forward in the next CIP. So everything else on that list will appear in their appropriate categories within the CIP. We're just doing these early because the money has already come to us, and we might as well get going.
That's really good news. Thank you. Okay, one last try. Resolution 2023-173, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries, which leads us to our last event, the main event of the entire night, which is our study item on fees and charges. And for this wonderful honor, it's before us, Director Wiseman, we appreciate you coming to explain it all to us. And thank you to the staff who are still here. We're all here together.
Co-Chair Thompson
Taco Wednesday.
and committee. We're here this evening to present a study report on fees and charges.
Is that what it was?
So we will be reviewing again the fee and charge types, fee and charge financials, and then how staff develop proposed rates and some insight into 2024 rates. So before I start the slides, what I will say is Director Olson from Visitor Services is here. Visitor Services operates both in the general fund and the enterprise fund. Director Umphrey is here for the adult athletics, golf, and ice arenas, and he also proposes fees in both the general fund and the enterprise fund. And then finally, Director Hernandez will be here to talk us through the fee structure in the rec centers. So this is from a presentation that Deputy Superintendent Ringgold provided to you earlier this summer in the enterprise conversation. So again, this is just a reminder of which fees are being charged in which fund. So in the general fund, we have the athletic fields, water parks, picnic shelters, movies and music series, all fee-based activities, dog parks, kayak, canoe racks, buoys, and permits for recreation. In the enterprise fund, we have golf, concessions, waterworks, sculpture garden, parking, ice arenas, and permits that are citywide. So I get a recurring question about how much revenue is actually collected in each of the fees that are listed in our fee schedule. And there are hundreds of fees listed in that fee schedule, and there's not the ability to tell you each and every one. So what I did do is before I get into that, in the general fund, our revenue from fees and fines and other revenues is 12% of our general fund budget. So again, our general fund budget is largely supported by property taxes, and those are the direct services that we provide to our citizens, our free and open parks that we provide to our citizens. So general fund revenue by type, we have account codes, and as account codes have been set up for various categories, we can start to see how those revenues come into our system. So we have a separate code for dog licenses, so that's pulled out separately. We have miscellaneous license and permit fees, and then recreation fees are our biggest category in the general fund, and then you can see the rest of them. And then we do have rental income for lands and buildings, and in the general fund, that includes both the recreation center facility use, but it also includes some leases that are accounted for in the general fund. On the enterprise fund, of course, we do not use property taxes at all. This fund is completely self-supporting. So the whole fund is made up of charges for services, commissions, rents, and parking lot and meters. If we look at the revenue by type with the account code, again, golf fees and clubs is the largest revenue producer. Parking and the rental income from equipment are the next largest, and within that rental income for equipment is the golf cart rentals. So that's a large part of the golf area as well. And then you see commissions and events of 1.3 million and ice complex of 1.7. So that gives you kind of a general idea of the amounts that these various types of revenue generate. So now I'm going to turn it over to Director Olson.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm going to give you a brief overview of charges and fees for the Visitor Services Department. You all have met me before, so I'm not going to get into the details of all of the different areas, but just give you a kind of a highlight and overview. So I'm just going to start in how staff on my team develop proposed rates. And it's really these 4 bullets. So our staff look at the program options that we have where we're going to be charging fees, and we do research. We do annual research where we are scouring our resources, the internet, calling our networks, working through our associations, professional associations, to find like programs or functions in local, regional, or comparable park systems. For common park fees, things that you'll find in park systems across the country or across the region, something like picnicking, that's a really easy benchmark or comparable to find. So we find like facilities. We try, for picnicking, as this example, we try to find rental fees in our region because those are really our competition and our comparables. So we look at things like capacity, amenities, size, parking, things of that nature. So we can find like facilities and then try to benchmark ourselves within the market. For less common park fees, something like the canoe rack storage or sailboat buoy storage, there aren't a whole lot of programs like that we can compare ourselves to. Minneapolis is really unique. We have this iconic watercraft storage program being in the city of Lakes. We really have to cast a broader net. We have to look further out to find comparables for those types of fees. And often it's people calling us trying to figure out how they can model their fees after the way that we do our program. Sometimes we even have to look to private sector to find something similar for some of those less common fees. But in all, no matter what proposal for a rate that we put together, before we put together that proposal, we weigh equity impacts. So as part of the fee and benchmarking process that has been put forth for the agency by our finance department, part of our budget materials, all staff, when proposing a fee or an increase to a fee or a new fee, we go through basically a toolkit, a worksheet that takes us through a number of equity impact questions so we can determine what our proposed fee or program may provide unintended or intended consequences and kind of weigh those out and be really transparent and thoughtful about that before we move forward with a fee. That's why in some cases you'll find, especially within my department, that my team puts together a range so we can determine how our range of fees best apply to any given scenario, since we also permit for events and every event is different. Here's an example of a rate proposal. This is on our fee benchmarking form. This is from a year or two ago, but it's when we were looking to determine if we were in the market for our canoe rack storage program for the fees that we assess our permit holders. And you'll see that we found a kind of wide variety of comparables here where we could start to look at what an appropriate fee might be for our program. So we found programs in Seattle, Washington, Lake Tahoe, and Duluth Parks and Recreation. We took what we knew about each of those, did some outreach and research, and then proposed a fee that fit within the market and that was going to meet our cost recovery needs for any program enhancement or maintenance that was needed. So that's just an example. That's what it looks like when we turn it in. However, we are in a position where sometimes there are no comparables. Generally, park board fees without benchmarks fall within 1 to 2 categories. And these are likely tied to our use and permitting process. Our staff have become kind of a national benchmark and a place where people look for guidance on how to charge fees for different types of impact or participation within park permitting. So those 2 categories, like I just mentioned, are impact and participation. First, we look at impact, and if we need to assess an appropriate fee for park impacts, we're looking at physical impacts. So I know that there have been conversations at the board level about events and their impacts on parks. So that is one category that we assess, and we work with key stakeholders across the agency to determine what those impacts are. And often another impact is staff time or workload. A large permit like the Twin Cities Marathon or large festivals, not only do they have a big impact on our park system, but they are a really big workload for our staff to coordinate and put together all of the administrative pieces that go along with allowing these uses of the parks. That's one example of a type of fee that sometimes we propose based on something that we can't benchmark. Another one is participation. You see some of the photographs on the slide. We have a lot of folks that come in for permitted use of parks and come and enjoy our spaces when they are activated by permits. Occasionally, there aren't great ways to assess all the fees, and we look at the generation of revenue by the permit holder. And we take a percentage of that, or we look at a percentage of that, an appropriate percentage which should come to the park board. When we do have ordinance guidance about financial gain on parkland, and one way that we kind of balance that out is by looking at participation and determining how or if we can charge by event participation. And an example of a race, where folks are running, they enroll in a 5K or something, staff do a survey of those participation fees, those entry fees, and find an average, and then look at a percentage based off of the per person entry fee that agency may be collecting for use of the space. So those are a couple of examples of what we do when we don't have a comparable. And that's all that I have. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Larry.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for having us today. I have a little brief explanation on some fees for recreation in both the enterprise and the general fund. So the recreation division has two separate funds that we operate out of, the general fund and the enterprise fund, which Director Eisman went through. So in my areas of responsibility, field permits, adult athletics, and aquatics are in the general fund. Generally, we have benchmarks for all of those fees. We compare with other municipalities around the metro area or other cities of similar size to see what fees are. Generally, we are on the lower end of fees for aquatic entrances, for field rentals. For adult athletics, we're about in market for that. And then when we go to the enterprise fund, which is golf and ice arenas, it's fairly easy to get market comparisons. There are numerous golf courses in the metro area or similar sized cities, and we are about in the middle of the golf courses right now. We have strong demand with probably room to grow in that area. In our ice arenas, we price competitively with the other arenas within the metro area. So we take Edina, Richfield, St. Paul, first and second ring suburbs, and compare ice rates with all of them. So that's kind of how we benchmark all of our fees in recreation, and we have benchmarks. Director Olson does have different challenges with some of the bigger, larger events, but there's a lot of benchmarks available for us to work with. And then just an example of benchmarking fees for ice arenas. Last year we were at $235. This year we're proposing $240. You get some comparisons, Plymouth, Braemar, St. Louis Park, and where they're at. We're in the market with St. Louis Park, a little below some of the other ones, but that's kind of how we look at benchmarking our fees as well. And I will turn it over to Director Hernandez.
Co-chairs Schaefer and Thompson, and good evening, commissioners. I will be talking about the recreation fee and charge types. So currently we have 4 charge types: free programming. So registration fees have been eliminated for youth programs, activities, and sports at 7 recreation centers. Participants are asked to determine what they're able to pay. We also have fee assistance. MPRB fee assistance program assists Minneapolis residents when financial limitations occur. Eligibility for the program is determined by meeting the current income guidelines as well as completing an application and providing additional documentation. MPRB also has a scholarship program where participants can request up to $300 in scholarships per year. We also have fee-based programs. Each recreation center charges something different based on their programming or events that they're offering. Most of those fees are determined on like the consultants, staffing, supply costs, but it's different based on each recreation center. We also have recreation center facility use. So recreation centers can rent out their spaces and for a fee, which includes gym, the multi-purpose room, meeting rooms, and kitchens. But the fees are standardized and to the space that they're requesting. So it's different for each rec center as well too. Some examples of the rate proposals. General fund recreation centers rate are set focused on cost recovery and supporting the free youth programming. I also mentioned earlier that for the free programs, we also offer pay what you can, and that includes the percentages at 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%, 125%, or zero cost to the program at all. We do also do benchmarking as well for like our Rec Plus program. So we compare before we do any increases for our Rec Plus program. We also look at other like childcare programs that are close or doing similar programming like Minneapolis Kids, the St. Paul Discovery Club, Hopkins Kids and Company. We look at all their rates as well before we increase any fees. Something that I'm excited about being new in this role, I've really have been doing a lot of outreach with staff. I did some listening sessions at all the service areas. I've been meeting with staff just to kind of get their feedback on how I can support them. And one of the things that have come up in many of the discussions I've had with staff is really talking about training. They would like more training on budget development and program development as well. So that's something that we're going to be working on for 2024. One of the things that we talked about and what I mentioned earlier, that there's really not a standardized way of how we develop rates for programs. So one of the things that we're looking at is really looking at how we can have a standardized form that recreation supervisors can use because they're all doing it different across the city. Another thing that, and this is at my previous employment, and this is kind of where I got this example from when I was running 21st century programs, I was developing budgets. And one of the things for the federal budgets, they would ask, how do the partners you're working with or how do your programming ideas kind of fit with your outcomes? And so one of the things that we were looking at, if we do the standardized template, was to also tie that into the comprehensive plan level of service guidelines and really look at when you're developing a program, how does that tie into what community is looking for, as well as how does that tie into our core services that we're trying to do with the park board. So we're hoping that rec supervisors also take that in consideration when they're developing programs. Another thing that we're looking at is improving tracking for free programming. Right now, we don't have much data on that, and so really looking at not only the quantitative but qualitative, like what are families saying that are not paying anything? Like how is this benefiting them getting access to these programs? And then we also, which I think is going to be great as we enhance ActiveNet and go to 2.0, just a standardized program data entry so we can really see who's coming to our programs and how we're tracking the participant attendance better as well too. And just my last slide, like I said, I'm new, so I had an all-day training with the rec supervisors today, really trying to talk about a new mindset and how we approach recreation. And so even on the agenda today, we talked about a fresh start isn't a new place, it's just a new mindset. So we're trying to move forward with that as we talk about like new ways how we can improve and be more cohesive in the work that we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you. Do any of my colleagues have questions?
one
Oh,
more
sorry,
slide.
Director. Oh, you have one more slide. Forgive me. I apologize. Please.
Co-Chair Thompson and Commissioners, So this final slide really talks about the general fund grant and donation funding gap. So as you all recall, with the adoption of the 2022 budget, the previous board amended the general fund budget to implement free youth programming. At that time, the board shifted just under $600,000 out of fees and charges and increased grants and donations by that same amount to implement the free programming, without knowing if there would be the ability to raise that level of grants and donations. For the 2023 budget, you all will recall that we did not recommend, or the superintendent did not recommend, any changes to that shift. We were only 4 months into the free youth programming at the time, and we didn't have enough data to make a knowledgeable adjustment. As we now have completed a full year of free programming, we are ready to recommend adjustments in order to get the budget back in balance. The superintendent is considering a multifaceted approach to begin to address this issue, which will be included in the superintendent's recommended 2024 budget. Thank you.
Sorry, now. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Alper.
I'm so excited about fees. Thank you. So even though I'm not on this committee again, thanks for recognizing me. I heard a lot of talk about benchmarking, and I was thinking about that more. Benchmarking versus kind of a philosophy around fees. And I did a quick Google search, philosophy of fees, so you'll find the exact same thing I found. But, thinking about what is our philosophy around fees, to me, when I hear benchmarking, I think, what will the market bear, which is one philosophy around fees that Google tells me. But another could be like cover costs or maximize profits, or it could be a specific strategy we're trying to employ, or it could be in alignment with the mission. So I would just ask that when we put these together, that we also think about those aspects as well, versus only reliance heavily upon benchmarking, because I think benchmarking only goes so far. I mean, it's sort of, it could kind of be a little like an echo chamber, Oh, what are you doing? Oh, what are you doing? It's like, oh, okay. And then you make some arbitrary decision like, oh, let's increase it by 5%. I don't know. I just would like to have a more, an approach where we have some indicators or something that would allow us to say like, well, our fees for this category fit into this philosophy around fees. And I know it's really late, so I'm going to stop there. But then I have a question that hopefully you can answer some other time regarding fee assistance. How many people actually are getting through all the hoops? I don't know if you know that answer now.
Director Wiseman, would you like to respond to the first part?
Yes. Co-Chair Thompson and Commissioner Alper, I want to kind of reiterate, our philosophy around fees is different based on which fund it is being operated out of and which purpose it is being. So we use a lot of benchmarking in the enterprise fund because that has a profit motive. We need to cover operating costs, capital, and debt in the enterprise fund. So we basically need to make and generate as much revenue as we possibly can. In the general fund, it's a combination. So kind of going to equity versus equality. When I started at the Park Board in 1996, every recreation center set their own fees, and recreation centers that could generate revenue were able to put that revenue right back into their park. So even though everyone was equally doing the same thing, it was not equitable throughout the city. So we've made changes in the general fund where, number one, we rely more on adults and non-youth fees, and we increase those, and we look at benchmarks and market rates for those. And in the general, and in the recreation centers, we're really looking at cost recovery, and we've also distributed the budget on using the recreation equity metrics. So irregardless of how much revenue your park can generate, you are receiving an equitable allotment of part-time wages, material and supplies, and contractual services.
Great, and I'm absolutely not saying to change that. I just want to be more explicit. So even what you said today could go potentially in the budget book as an introduction to the fee schedule to describe in an introductory form the philosophy behind fees. That's where I'm going with that. Thanks.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Co-Chair Thompson. I got so into the discussion of fee context and benchmarking, I nearly forgot what I was going to say, but it's come back to me, so we're cool. I just want to say thank you to our new hire who's using my favorite buzzword, standardization. We have been plagued with a dearth of standardization when it comes to people's ability to find same or similar programs throughout the city. And to hear you talking about making sure that people are getting trained on how to use the tools, making sure that people understand where they can find the standard protocol for getting something done just fills me with joy. Because you should not, no matter where you live in the city, it should be really easy to find a program that you're interested in. Even if you can't find it at your local park, if you know the description or you know what it's all about, you should be able to find it. So hearing that we're getting into a place where people are getting the support they need to get there is so exciting. And I'm thrilled. So thank you for that heavy lift that you are embarking on. It's going to benefit us all, I think, big time. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Menz.
Thank you. Director Hernandez, I would like to reiterate Commissioner Musich's words that I think that some of the things you were talking about, like mindset shift, and making sure that we're thinking about these things. I had a question, though, about the rec center programming. Like, it feels like they're islands. Like, do they rent out the space at their rec centers, or is that done centrally?
Yeah, so they're responsible for renting out the space within their rec center. And so, and ActiveNet now is, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about that, but I think we're calling it ActiveNet 2.0 is going to help a little bit with that, with a standardization with that as well, too.
Good evening. I don't know who the chair is right now. Chair
It's me. Hi, I have a problem. It's me.
After 10, it becomes somebody else.
Okay. We're excited that, and I heard the P's and C's earlier about the wearing a cool outfit for October 2nd. When we turn on the upgrades to ActiveNet, one of the things that we're excited to turn on is the ability for folks to not only search availability for indoor spaces within recreation centers, but also to submit reservation requests electronically to park board staff. So to echo what Director Hernandez just said, in the indoor spaces, in recreation centers, the recreation supervisors are responsible for those rentals. for those reservations. The outdoor spaces, like on the fields, athletic fields, there's a little bit of a hybrid there. So it depends on the frequency of use. Sometimes that's handled by the citywide function that Larry oversees. Other times it's handled by the in-house function within the rec supervisors. So that's a little sneak peek for October 2nd.
Awesome.
It's too late. I got lots
We
of
have
stuff.
more?
Not
No?
today.
Okay. President Fournier.
Hey, Merci beaucoup. Director Weissman, I'm just so grateful the way you just framed that about equity versus equality. And I just, I feel like throughout this entire meeting, the whole 5+ hours, that's one of the things that it's just been so consistent. And I just so appreciate the focus that is being placed on that. And I understand that we are going to be learning when we look at our budget using the equity lens. I don't know at all what I'm talking about, but that is what staff has been doing. And I'm really, really delighted to incorporate that into how we look at this upcoming budget. And this is like the seeds, the best seeds. So thank you all so much. I'm very excited. It's real. Thank you.
Seeing no other lights, I will just say what a pleasure it is to spend my Wednesday night with you all. And thank you so much for your presentation. And with that, I would like to call the Administration and Finance Committee adjourned.
Larry. Did you see Shane's question?
Shane?
Yeah, he just wanted to know about the conversation that came up that they can start